Bagging it. Almost look like a little rat. All right, it is 4:02, and I will call to order this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District on April 18th. All present are the same people who were at our workshop earlier. And did anyone see if is Chief Markham on Zoom? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So all present were the same as earlier. We'll start with the citizens to be heard. And for everybody, this is citizens to be heard just for topics concerning the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District, not our general citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens who would like to be heard on Thompson? No one online? Okay. We will move on to the approval of meeting minutes. This is approval of meetings from the March 21st, 2023 TSSSFD meeting. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from March 21st, 2023 for Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District.
Thank you, Trish. Second. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hedin and a second by Commissioner McGann. Any discussion of those meeting minutes? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously. Next up, ratification of bills and general reports. Thompson total bills in the amount of $3,363.20. Total payroll in the amount of $1,791.92. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $5,155.12.
So moved as read.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion on the table, Commissioner McGann, and a second by Commissioner Hedin. Any discussion of Thompson bills? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Next up, we have Chief Markham's report. And I don't believe Chief Markham is online, but he did send the report over. Would anyone care to read that, or I could read it if anyone else?
I'll read it.
Great, thanks, Trish.
Sure. So incidents from 4/8 to 4/10, standby for the pipeline incident near Whitewash. And I noticed that they were still out there working in that area today. Just on an aside, equipment engine 49 is in Midvale for service for approximately 2 more weeks. Moab Valley Fire Department has loaned TSSFD a Type 1 fire engine for backup training. They did a neonatal resuscitation training, a PAC test training, and wildland fire refresher training. And then other recertified as an advanced emergency medical technician for another 2 years and attended county hazard mitigation training. That is it.
Awesome, thank you. And according to our agenda, we do not have any new or old business. Anyone have a future consideration? Thompson? All right, looks like not. So I will adjourn this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District, April 18. Thank you. And I will now call to order at 4:06 the regular Grand County Commission meeting. And again, all present are the same as were present at our workshop. And I actually had one quick announcement to make, is that we've been having trouble with Zoom, folks getting on and bombing our Zoom. So we may have to end the meeting on Zoom if something like that happens, and we will get it started again right away. And we apologize for the inconvenience. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All right, thank you. We are now on to our citizens to be heard for our regular commission meeting. If you have something to say, I would ask you to come forward and raise your hand, and I'll address you and come forward, and you can sit at the table and speak into the microphone. And I'm giving folks 3 minutes today. So yes, for the record, if you'd state your name when you come forward, that'd be great. And then I'll go between Zoom and our regular meeting. And Sana has her hand up in the back. So Sana, I'd invite you up.
You an update of springs on my private land, which I've got almost 2 acres, 1.98 acres. So this is not affecting the cafe at all. This is these are less than 100 events, less than 100 people events. I did get a website put up. This is a poster that I've been hands for them. This is a May Day poster, and I'm contacting the schools to see if they want to participate. Usually May Day is the 1st of May. They're doing it Saturday, so parents can attend to it. So this is an active website, and the pictures will be a little bit different. These were from Unsplash, which is a free download picture thing, but this was given to my web person, and he's back today to update the photos on this. This is the summer solstice, and these are going to be regular events for local. They're free. This one's the summer solstice, which follows the winter solstice event that we had. We were hoping for 25 people. We had posted almost 40, 35, 38 people. In the dead of the winter, the first time an event in Thompson Springs. We had people from Alaska, Grand Junction, Salt Lake City, Castle Valley, LaSalle, Moab. So we had Green River. So we had quite the, onesies and twosies. So it was kind of fun to see. I had a Utah map and a United States map, and people put pins and where they came from. And so that's how we kind of know where they come. It's not that we're trying to get people from Alaska, but there's people that live in Alaska that winter in, this area. So they had heard about it. And so the same thing here. This one is a little bit different event, and I can hand these out to you guys. Like I said, it's just basically set up. And I've had people say, "Oh, you got a grant to work on the cafe," and it's like, this is a totally separate thing from the cafe's infrastructure to update for compliances for that particular have an eating establishment. So people that wanted to go eat in that lived in Thompson didn't have to drive 30 minutes to an hour just to get a meal. This is a totally different request that I'm requesting funds for, and that is just to provide for marketing and advertising, and it's a different part of the property. So it's not even on the 2 acres of property, it's a different part of the property. So just to be clear, because I keep hearing funny rumors about, oh, this is for the cafe. It's like, no, it's not. It's in a different part. It's also educational. We're going to have a BLM ranger come and do it's archaeology month, which is May, and they're going to do a field trip up to the pictographs and kind of an educational thing. So it's kind of educational, local, kind of fun, different event than anything. And both of those events are not held for all 3 of them, winter, summer, and May Day. We don't have events that highlight those activities. So it's different. It's not like it's not racing. It's not. Yeah. So that's just an update.
Awesome. Thank you, Sana.
Okay.
All right. I'll go to Zoom. It looks like Witz has his hand up on Zoom. Mark Horowitz. Of course. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
I'm unable to start my video because the host has disabled it. And I think I know why. But that's okay. Mark Horowitz here. I have good news in my neighborhood. For the last for several weeks there, it was really quiet, noticeably quieter in my neighborhood, because I think it was the sheriff who placed an electronic sign south of town near Aggie Boulevard that said engine brakes restricted, engine brakes enforced. Overnight, the engine brakes ceased to happen in our neighborhood, and it was noticeably quieter. And then they moved that electronic sign down to another neighborhood that needed engine brakes restricted out by the Shell station. And their neighborhood was noticeably quieter. And I can appreciate that, but our neighborhood went berserk again. So what's the solution? First off, it's obvious that the sign is very helpful. And last 2 weeks ago, I heard the commission talking about billboards that the county owns or leases. And I thought, well, perhaps one of those would be south of town and a message might be truckers, engine brakes, please, Moab demands respect. At any rate, all I'm saying is that was the most significant effect on noise in our neighborhood in many years. And so I encourage that to continue. And I encourage the commission to acquire a billboard south of town and put that message up. And a billboard like that could go at OSTA. Remember, slow through town would be the message. So, I hope I made myself clear. Luckily for you, you're not seeing me, but that's my message. I hope we act on that in the near future. So thanks to us all. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll go back into the room here. Raise a hand. Yes, sir.
I am Taylor Hall. I am here to speak about the HDHO and to encourage the commission to expand the definition of actively employed households. I'm here to share information on behalf of some experiences locally that has led to potential buyers not being able to qualify for purchase of residents in HDHO, although we would imagine them as being locals. One such occasion was a buyer was employed by a company in the Moab Business Park, so they're in San Juan County, and disqualified from buying in the HDHO. Another such occasion was a buyer was born and raised in Moab, but wanted to move back to be near children and help with grandchildren. But the buyer was working in California and had retired in California, and therefore did not meet the 5-year retirement in Grand County to be able to come in and buy something that's affordable to support their family and be around them closely. Other such occasions are families with young children, an instance where 2 local workers were hoping to have an ADU housed by their in-laws. Their in-laws would not meet the qualifications of the HDHO, although the people in the primary residence would, but under the current HDHO, they would not be allowed to purchase that residence. Last such occasion that I'll share with you guys today, folks with a small business in Moab, but they were living in Salt Lake City, would rent the main house to employees and keep the ADU for themselves. But because their primary residence is in Salt Lake, they too were disqualified. So I understand the commission has received a number of letters and opinions on how this HDHO ordinance could be expanded. I'm here to just reiterate some of those, open up the potential for buyers to be part of San Juan County businesses, as we are different in counties, but we are one valley and we support each other. I think that would be an important opportunity for us to support those people. Full-time caregivers, and I speak selfishly from that scenario as someone who's about to have their first child in 4 weeks. I'm looking for opportunities to bring my mother into town. And to do so, I would need something affordable, but she's from Nevada, Missouri, and wouldn't qualify for purchase of one of those. And so, again, selfishly plugging the full-time caregivers opportunity there to support myself and future family. And then the San Juan County thing, I'm a business owner in Grand County with ideas of expansion and growth. And to do that, I need to encourage potential candidates from the big city to come down to Moab and support the Coolwood projects that we have opportunities to work on as engineers. And to do that, I would ideally purchase such an HDHO unit so that I could put staff in there, but obviously I can't predict what staff would come and wouldn't. And so I would look for expansions upon the definition to include part-time workers that may be remote as a primary residence. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Tyler. Congratulations on the upcoming fatherhood. And there is a joint commission and planning commission meeting on Monday at 4:30. Yeah, great. All right. Next up, I'll call from somebody in the chambers. please raise your hand if you want to come forward. Yes, sir.
It's a very good call on me.
Yeah.
You guys know me, I'm Pete Gross. Just wanted to share you with
Point the microphone towards you.
how's that? Prefer people not hear me, but that's okay. The first 3 years of my life, we lived in a house in a suburb of Los Angeles. And in our backyard was a railroad line. And my only 2 memories of living in that house were when I was about 2 years old. I remember one morning we woke up. It's unusual for Los Angeles area. It was snowing outside. I have a memory of that. My other memory was I was playing in the backyard by myself and a freight train was coming and it scared the bejesus out of me. And I ran and running inside the house. And I think about that when I think about where I live now, even though I don't have a freight train railroad tracks right in my backyard, I live within pretty good earshot of Mill Creek Drive. And I hear what sounds like freight trains rumbling up and down Mill Creek at many hours of the day and night. And so I wanted to contrast that with an event a couple of weekends ago. I just happened to be by the entrance of the high school parking area right off of 4th East. And I had no idea they were there. And all of a sudden, it was like ants streaming out of an anthill. There was a stream of mountain bikers just pouring out, turning in. They tried to stop traffic. And I had no idea until I went online and found out, oh, there was a mountain bike stage race. And hundreds of cyclists passed me before I could even jump in on my bike and go to where I was going. What struck me was I would not have had any clue of that going on if I hadn't just happened to be there at that instance. I can assure you that when events like Rally on the Rocks happen, not just me, but hundreds of thousands of other Moab residents are aware of their presence, and the impact is significant to our quality of life. And so I'm not quite certain if you guys already voted on it, but I appreciate the fact that you denied Rally on the Rocks previously, and I hope you give serious look at similar events in the future. And I thank you for everything you guys do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Let's see, anyone online with a hand up? Or unmiked? Is that Paul? Looks like there's a Paul online that's unmiked. I don't know if that's supposed to be heard. I'll wait on them, but go to someone in the room who would like to be heard in the chambers. Yes, sir.
My name is Rory Irish. I've been listening to everything and I understand both sides of this argument. With the Rally on the Rocks, sorry, I better address that. With the Rally on the Rocks, I understand both sides of it. I do see a big need to compromise between both sides. Is there any way to say, like, any machine that's involved in the event has to have factory exhaust on it? Because if factory exhaust meets federal requirements, then you don't really have a say in that. I mean, that's federal requirements. You guys are saying state to state, and I understand that. But if it's federal requirements, then anyway. And then I understand that people get very animated about this topic, and like you were saying, you know, people writing in saying that their freedoms are being taken away, and you guys aren't doing that. So then they're finding a loophole to go to San Juan County, and then you guys are saying, no, wait, we're going to change this around, and we're going to make sure that you can't go on public lands because it's in our county. Then you are infringing on freedoms because you're going after the event. And I get it. Side-by-sides drive me crazy. Not just side-by-side owners drive me crazy. But it is also a huge thing that funds my business, funds my family, funds a lot of my friends in this town. So there has to be some type of compromise, and there has to be a discussion. If there's not a discussion, if there's a point blank no, then you lose any credibility to your conversation if it's just no. If you can't approach the situation with an argument and have an actual side to it. And like that, I asked Mike about the whole thing of how many no's in the emails are from actual residents or people that just own property in town. Because I cannot own a house in this town because everybody has bought it all up and then just jacks the prices up and makes it unaffordable to live here. So there are people that can vote and decide on what we have, what we're able to do, that don't live here. And I have issues with that. But that's just my 2 cents. Sorry.
Thank you, Roy. Yeah, next one up in the chambers. Anyone in the chambers care to come up to be heard? Raise your hand if you would.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, after this gentleman. Howdy.
Hi, my name's Dustin Rose, owner of Moab Side by Side. And I agree with a lot of what Rory said. And a lot of times really all vehicles out on the trails get a little wild, and side by sides too as well. And I really think that a little bit more enforcement out there. I've been coming out here about 10, 12 years and seen an officer out there one time. And I think if we're all in favor, where there was a picture on Facebook that came up where side by side was getting impounded. Excuse me. And most of the comments on there that I saw were from business owners of side by side companies here in town. And we were all in favor of it. We want to see, if you're out here breaking the laws, giving us bad names as side by side Jeeps, I don't care who you are. We need some enforcement out here to keep the public in check on the trails. Yeah. So I think that would be something as far as compromising with the businesses out here, that we can do something to get some more officers out on the trails, because people getting in trouble is going to deter them from acting out there. Just like you don't go running red lights in town because you may get pulled over. Same thing out on the trails. It's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate it. Yep. Was it Ryan online, Quinn? Okay. Yeah, Ryan online. You can unmic and be heard.
Hi there. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. In most cases, it's very common that minds are already made up in terms of the voting members on the board. However, I do think that there's being a message is sent loud and clear to the side-by-side community. And that's my perception and my own, and that it's not welcomed. However, I will come recreate because my rig is street legal and I follow the laws in terms of that. I'll access the trails that are available to me through public access. The difference being, I'll be mindful of where I spend my money. And when the money over the years is accumulated or not accumulated for public services, I hope that they're able to point back to decisions like this and they can say, well, there was either a compromise made or there was not. I would appreciate seeing a compromise being made to ensure that there's access far into the future. I can say that every time I've been here, I've been pulled over. So enforcement is there. I don't have a modified exhaust, don't play the stereo. In fact, the police chief pulled me over and we had a great conversation 2 years ago. The message was clear that it's just not welcomed. So when I spend my money, I don't spend it in town. And unfortunately, I think the people that hurts is either the people that are supporting this kind of sport coming to town or not. You know, if I can liken it to buying a house by the airport, then being upset that there's an airport. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. So thank you for the discussion. I hope to see a different outcome and that I'm being cynical and in fact that the votes already are not already in and made up, but more than likely that's the case. If I see a sense that there's a change, I would love to promote that Moab is open to law-abiding side-by-side owners that can follow the laws. But that's it. Thank you.
You're Ryan. Anyone in the chambers? Yes, Santa. Oh, yeah, come up again. Sure. Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes this time, Santa.
Well, what I see on TV with the UTVs and that type of thing is they're always racing around, spraying dirt, and everybody's laughing and having a great time. I ended up buying a used one, because I own 80 acres in a property, and it's a long way to walk in the summertime to do repairs or whatever. So I ended up buying one, but I also worked at Tagalong for over 20 years as a whitewater river guide and a four-wheel drive Jeep guide. And if you bring it back both broken, you don't work the next day. So I was trained to drive, off-road vehicles with respect, as opposed to trying to be a racing car and spraying dirt and that type of thing. Whether the tribal council can do an ad on people with families or kids driving the terrain and looking at the terrain, as opposed to going really fast and spraying dirt and splashing through mud, as a, maybe an accent piece or whatever, to educate people that you can have those vehicles and use them for other ways of driving, as opposed to pedal to the metal, that type of thing. So I had a friend that I was taking her to show my property, and I said, "Would you like to drive?" And she said, "Oh yeah." And she was like, she's 83 years old. And I said, whoa, I don't drive like that. And she goes, "Well, that's what I see on TV all the time."
Right.
So whether the tribal council can maybe make
I assure you, the county is working very hard on responsible recreation messaging.
talk to
all of that.
the dealers to say, you don't have to be spraying dirt and dust while you want to buy one of these vehicles that they're used for other things.
It's point very well taken.
So
Thanks. Anyone else online? Go, sir, come ahead. Go, come forward.
My name's Wayne Hoskison. I live here in Moab. Some of you will know me pretty well. But listening to the discussion, it was always seemed to be, it's just about the use that people make of the land. And I have another viewpoint because I also happen to live wildlife, and I believe that it's suffering. I think that we are seeing, the effects of climate change. Even though a lot of people seem to, that's because they're looking at weather. We're wet this year, but we are still getting rain. It's going to be drier no matter how much it rains. It's going to be drier. And right now, things like dust should be a major concern for what decisions we make. But also spaces that are free from too much human noise or impact, because a lot of animals don't tolerate that. They have to move away. So, as I've been out and about, I've seen desert cottontail starting to disappear. I don't see foxes anymore, even though I've seen them many times years ago. There's just a lot of things that are going away, and we need to be watching out for that. So I would oppose any kind of massive motorized recreation.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room care to come forward? Anyone online? Paul? Okay. Paul, you can unmic and make yourself heard if you like, or unmute your mic. If you're speaking, Paul, we can't hear you. And we still can't hear you. Is he messaged? No, he just unmuted. No, it just muted. All right. Anyone else online? You can try again. Paul. Not hearing anything. All right, I'll go back to the room, and then if you still are unable to make yourself heard, we have another citizens be heard session at 6 o'clock. Anyone else in the room? Yeah, Kent.
Hi, my name's Kent Green. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. There were some things that were discussed in the previous meeting you had that kind of bothered me a little bit. As far as Moab goes, I've spoken to a lot of businesses here in town, and obviously I'm speaking about Rally on the Rocks. And a lot of these businesses are afraid to come to you people, because they're worried about repercussions. But quite frankly, they're about 30% down, some of the businesses are. And I understand that, as Kevin put it in a meeting, that you don't want an event every weekend. Well, Moab is a tourist town. And we should try and compromise and work with a lot of these event organizers that come into town, one of them being Rally on the Rocks. And as Mike put it, they're just going to move to San Juan County. What bothers me the most is
Keep going.
yeah, somebody's
Good luck.
having a shit time.
It's like we got an address it going forward. But,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but anyway, what my concern is that when you stated that you're not denying their freedom, but yet when they want to move it to San Juan County, then you turn around and say, well, we're going to stop it. That is denying their freedom to enjoy their public land. You need to keep that in mind, and I agree. It is yours, it is mine, and it's everybody's here. And we do got to compromise on how to go about letting these type of events come in. And I understand, I see both sides of noise, and I also see the other side of people wanting to come here to recreate. But I encourage you, I already know how it's going to come out, but I encourage you to take a second look at it. And I don't think November was that busy, you know, as far as events are going, but I could be wrong. I couldn't hear that good back there, but I do appreciate your time and thank you for the job that you have to do. Good.
Thank you, Kent. Appreciate it. Paul, do you want to try one more time to make yourself heard online? All right, that's not working. He did say try again. Anyone else in the chambers like to come forward? All right. Paul, go ahead and try to speak. No. All right. I'd encourage you to tune in at 6 if you can fix your whatever it is that's hindering you from speaking. One more shot in the chambers. Anyone else like to come up? All right. I will conclude the citizens to be heard session, and we'll move forward to presentations. And our first presentation today is by the Family Support Center. So welcome.
Oh, my name is Julie Neiman, and I am the Executive Director at the Family Support Center. And we appreciate inviting us here so that we can have the opportunity to share with you some of the things that we do at the support center. That little PowerPoint is going to come up. And this will just give a real brief overview of our Family Support Center. So our vision at the Family Support Center is to strengthen families and protect children. And so we're located right there on 3rd East, 180 South. And we do have services offered at the center that I'll just go over briefly with you. We do also have a crisis emergency.
You gotta share on it. Put the arrow out on the screen in the upper right. Oh, there it is. say,
Because of the,
yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
we won't be able to, unless we open up video capability, we won't be able to. Can you just?
Make them co-hosts.
We could also just walk through the presentation and we put in the packet notes.
Right.
Yeah, technologies.
Good job.
So clear, I'm confused. So we can see the screen here, but you're saying it's not going out.
This is not being shown here. So we can roll this way and just go and discuss it, and everybody on Zoom will still be able to hear it if you don't see the presentation.
I think that seems like the prudent way to go. Yeah.
There's just.
This presentation is not.
Right.
Fabulous. I can explain it pretty well. So we operate and are supported through funding through Grand County, the Family Support Centers of Utah, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Christmas Box International. And this Christmas, we are housed in the Christmas Box, but we are not run by Christmas Box International. In the beginning, that's how it did start. Richard Paul Evans began this this shelter so that there would be places for children who have been removed from homes for them to have a safe place to be. But since then, we have created many partnerships with government and nonprofits. We are one of 11 state licensed family support centers. We are also one of 17 crisis respite nursery locations around the state of Utah.
And also how this plays into the county structure. The Family Support Center is nested under the county attorney's office. And so that's how it's connected to the county as well. Just get information.
Okay, so we provide 4 services, and the very first one is crisis emergency shelter placement, planned respite, family education, and referral services. So our crisis emergency shelter placement is where, again, we provide a safe and home-like environment for children who have been removed due to abuse or neglect. We have, in the past 9 months, we've sheltered 9 children, and that comes out to 110 days. And when you convert that into hours, that's 2,640 hours of care that we've provided for these children. We also have a planned respite service, and the planned respite is for caregivers who are just in need of a break, some stress relief, and it is primarily for the purpose of preventing abuse and neglect. Because as we all know, well, I know as a parent, that can become very stressful, and it's nice to have somewhere that you can rely on for some support when needed. We do have some guidelines that go along with that planned respite, and that includes 4 hours, up to 4 hours a week, where parents can schedule a time to come in for all kinds of different reasons. Some of those are for attending therapy or counseling sessions, treatment support, medical appointments, court dates, job interviews, parenting classes, and again, maybe just to take a break, maybe a little self-care. And all of this is in the light of trying to promote abuse and neglect. This is where we really want to get the message to the community that this is free for everybody, and it's not something that people need to qualify for. And I think we get paired with DCFS and social services where there's a process of applying and being qualified. And our services are free for everybody. It's for all socioeconomic levels in the community.
So if someone wanted to say they're having a tough day and they want to schedule some time off, they just call your guys' number, and you guys don't do a background, that you don't go through the riot act, they just utilize your services.
Right. They do need to fill out a parent packet so that we have contact information in case of anything that we need to get a hold of the parents for. But it's a real quick process, and right, we don't check any other income or anything else. We just like to have that information on you. And then we also provide some parenting classes. In fact, we've got a parenting class going on right now. We currently about 3 weeks into our parenting class. This parenting class is based on a research-based curriculum that the Family Support Centers of Utah has put in place for us. And so that is, that gives parenting skills and also just a little bit of connection with other parents in the same situation. We also plan some community events for families, and those are geared toward strengthening healthy relationships within the family. We also collaborate with community partners to make sure that we are giving support in the areas that they most need. And we have a lot of really effective organizations in our community, and we like to connect those parents to those. I'm doing a little plug here for our Let's Go Fly a Kite event that we are going to have on May 6th. We'll have all kinds of fun activities for families to come and spend time with each other and with the community. And this is based on the governor's declaration of Family Month. And so we're just trying to support that. This is, so the Family Support Centers of Utah, they have just recently put together a newsletter that they're starting to distribute. And it's full of information of that organization and the services that they provide to families throughout the state, and also the connection that we have and the relationship we have with the Family Support Centers of Utah. And I would be happy to put you all on a mailing list to receive this Family Support Center newsletter. It is just a new thing. So this very first link right here, that would be an example of what it's short, it's not lengthy, but it does give a lot of information about the organization and the good things that happen within it. Okay, that would, so we are also in April's prevention month. And so we're just going to plug in for to purchase a prevention t-shirt that's what they look like. You can contact me if you're interested. Is what I have, and I appreciate again the time. That's great.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Thank you so much for everything you do. Yeah, very much. Mary?
Just quick, can you send us a link or an invite for the newsletter?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, who's doing that?
On Tuesday,
right now, which is interesting, is India. And so they're doing some work over in India. And they appreciate bus tours. Some of the bus tours are being canceled because of what's happening in Grand Canyon and how they're having to cancel things over there. Therefore, it's having a ripple effect over here. And I think it has something to do with the water. We're going to be getting travel trends from Love on a monthly basis. And one of the things they talked about is reasons for concerns for tourism right now is gas prices, expensive to travel. 44% interviewed feel prices are affecting their choices in travel. Reason for optimism is the average daily rates are recovering, and 54% of the people in the survey value and want to travel in the next 3 months. Utah is 39th position for the most desired domestic destination. And that's pretty high when you compare it to Disney World and Legoland and many of the other type of destinations that people go to. And they're working on the $100,000 will be used on traveling, trying to travel, increase traveling this summer. And that's pretty much from that. I'll stop there. Had a meeting with Nathan Anderson again of the Union Pacific to discuss rail travel, connecting with our spur. It's looking a little more hopeful because it looks like Rocky Mountaineer might be willing to, they're looking at expanding and going to Las Vegas. And they're willing to look at building the ramp so that the trains can exit onto our spur coming from the west going east. Because right now they can't do that. Yeah. So that's, if we don't get help from, it's going to be pretty unlikely that we can establish rail service from from Moab to Salt Lake City unless Rocky Mountaineer steps up, because the Union Pacific's pretty much said they don't have the money to do the infrastructure to create that spur. That was a good, so I'm hoping we can get some, that Rocky Mountaineer decides to go to Las Vegas as well. On Wednesday, no, that was in, I had a USU meeting, and Leanna Etchenberger has retired and is no longer the associate vice president at USU. And now Kristen Olson, who currently serves as the associate vice president for USU Blanding, will be promoted to senior associate vice president and will lead USU Blanding and USU Moab. And then Moab native, who went to Westminster and other places to get her degree, Samantha Campbell, will be promoted to associate campus director. So that's really exciting, in addition to her role as in Moab, where she does the students. And then I won't go into it all, but I'm involved with the grants for the homeless put on by the state. And state of Utah was allocated $55 million of the federal funds for the American Rescue Plan Act to establish the Office of Homeless Services, which is deeply affordable housing funds, also referred to the legislature as homeless housing. And so that's where the money comes. We have $23 million to allocate to needy causes throughout the state, but we have $45 million of requests. So it's going to be a difficult choice to make. So that's the other thing I've been working on. It will be announced on Wednesday, the 26th at 1 o'clock. We will know which who was awarded. I know Sea Haven and Multicultural Center in Grand County have applied. I don't evaluate any of the applications from our area. So somebody from outside Grand County evaluates our requests, and it's a big job, but it's exciting, and I do hope we get some of that money. That's my
Awesome. Thank you, Mary. Bill, are you ready to go? Great.
Several meetings this week with the airport board, and I'll let them, as it's on our agenda later, speak more directly to it, but revolves a lot of it around our future air service and which consideration to move forward with. We'll have an in-depth update when Tammy helps present that. I also was up at the state senate for a brief confirmation of our county employee Dana Van Horn to a water resource board, which is a huge deal, and as well as the fact that she's an employee of the county. So yeah, it's a win-win for Grand County for sure. I have been working on the appropriation for rural roads, and that has moved forward. In fact, during this meeting, I received an update that shows that it looks like we're going to be in the neighborhood of 3.3 million in an upfront award to Grand County, and then ongoing in the years ahead. I don't quite know the metrics that it's based off of and how that dollar will be received, but I will forward that out to all of the commissioners so that they can look at it. It shows a breakdown for every county and their portion, and I believe it's derived initially off of the miles of roads that we have in our county. Let's see, I attended the chamber chat that the state and the chamber put on together. Reg Johnson from the governor's office was down, and I know that Vicki Varela was there and a few others. Natalie Randall was there, and so that was discussed at length. And the state seems to be involved at a level of just helping to tweak that to where there's multiple issues that were in the problems in the system last year, and they're just trying to fine tune it and make it work better for everybody involved. They've changed some of the hours on it. The window went from, I believe, 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. that the reservation was in fact, and now it's going from 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. So you can get in and out of the park around those hours a little bit easier if you're an early riser or if you want to go in afterwards. And there was quite a bit of discussion wrapped around that. Let's see, what else have I got? The big one is the airport thing, and we'll get into that more.
Right.
When they present.
All right. Great. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
Trish.
Okay, just really quick, the planning commission, just to reiterate, we are going to have a joint meeting on Monday, the 24th at 4:30, where we'll be parsing out pieces of the HDHO eligibility. So if people are interested in that, please come. On the 26th at 5:30 to 7:30 at the Mark, there is a future land use planning meeting for citizens to come and throw in their ideas. The conservation, I went to the conservation district, a couple interesting things. Corey Farnsworth is the new USU extension agent. It's awesome. He's a local, comes from here. I believe his degree was from SUU, but anyways, he's already on the ground doing all kinds of things. Right now, he's doing some kind of pest control monitoring on the White Ranch out in Spanish Valley. Cara spoke to the lack of coordination between the city and the county regarding pack and mill creeks and prioritizing needs within those drainages. Team Rubicon is going to be here and be working on kind of behind the new free health clinic, the complex there on all of the Tamarisk and all of within that area. So that's a good spot. Yeah, that's really great. And then I went to a GWISA meeting. Ben Musselman is now the official head of GWISA. And we did talk about having Cash and Mark Stilson come down from the Division of Water Rights and just give their legislative update, because they did that with the MOP meeting, but to do it with GWISA and then kind of, I think it would be really relevant to the major water, irrigation holders out there. So, got it.
Thanks, Trish. All right.
There's one other thing. I know Mike mentioned it to me, and then I heard about it from Mac, and that there is a cell tower going in the south end of the valley that will
okay.
many people
Help with the coverage out there.
He might know more about it than I do. But
Sure, if you want to speak to that, Mike.
It's on cell tower being looked at in its final stages, actually on private commercial property in San Juan County. It will provide services for our southern end of the valley.
Great.
Yeah.
And it's a benefit. It's a benefit to a private landowner, but it's a benefit to our area and several actual dead zones in the southern River Valley.
Good to hear. Yeah,
that is good to hear, because we've been getting a lot of feedback from San Juan County residents about their lack of reception, and I'm like,
nope. This wasn't exactly in the public eye, but it is being taken care of.
Great.
I mean, the emergency service issue is, one of the greatest points of the southern end of the valley. So,
all right. Well, yeah, thanks for sharing that. All right, I had a few things. Trail mix meeting. We discussed an upcoming project called Moab Facelift, and that is going to be on the weekend of May 5th and 6th. And there's going to be 7 different trail projects that Trail Mix and it's like the Yosemite project is what it's called, is going to work on various trail projects here in Moab. And if you want, just Google Moab Facelift. You can sign up for it online. There's going to be like an after party, but it's going to be a super cool event, getting a lot of volunteers out and cleaning up some of our, and it's going to speak to all types of recreation. There's like a climbing area, biking area, horseback riding, etc. So that is a pretty cool thing that Moab Trail Mix is working on. I attended a Chamber of Commerce meeting, and at that meeting we did discuss special events, and the result was a letter that I think everybody received from the Chamber today about just commenting on special events. That was fruitful. Also talked a little bit about usually the Chamber does the 4th of July festivities, but this year we'll be having the county fair out at Osta on the 4th. And so all of that will be moving to Osta and county, and the Chamber couldn't be more pleased. So that is also good. And then just a note that their annual golf tournament will be held on June 9th, and that's to raise money for scholarships for local students. I also attended a motorized trail committee meeting, and we discussed to comment on the Labyrinth Rims camping plans that the BLM is soliciting comment on currently, and then just discuss trail projects, especially Pritchett Canyon, lots of off trail driving around there, and discussed how to clean that up and best keep everybody on the straight and narrow. And then we also had a brief discussion about the Sandflats paving and kind of figuring out where that community is coming from on a potential paving of Sandflats. And lastly, I just want to say that our Grant County, if anyone doesn't know, was audited. It was a legislative audit and it was wrapped up in the San Juan County audit. The audit was announced in November and they interviewed all of us commissioners as well as staff, attorney, quite a few other folks about potential red flags in Grant County, mostly concerning the Open and Public Meetings Act. And that audit was finally released after a lot of time, and Grant County was mentioned just a couple of times in that entire 40-page document, all in one area, and all to commend Grant County on its exemplary open and public meeting policy and execution, as well as our exemplary disclosure, how we have to disclose at every meeting and at the beginning of the year. So they just commented that we do a very good job and there was nothing else there. So I always felt like that audit was a bit politically motivated maybe, and it feels nice that we were vindicated on every front there. So I appreciate that. Did you have some to say, Mary, to that?
Yeah, I read what they said, and they said Grand County was an example and that they would like to see other counties take up our policies around how we handle open public meeting. I thought that was great. But I also wanted to mention that Doreen, that lost her house during the flood in August, and they came and spoke to us, has a house. And I think we should thank Bill for taking the lead on that. He organized a lot of people. He didn't do it by himself, but my husband and my son both say he was the driver and the person who made it happen. And myself and the community want to thank you, Bill. That was very kind.
I appreciate it. It was a joint effort by many, and really my role was probably minimized compared to a lot of other people. It was a big effort to get her in that house. So
you're being very humble, because that's not what I'm hearing from the contractors.
And it's nice to know that Doreen's back in a home. Yeah, thanks.
Glad to have her in. It's the goal.
All right, I think that's it for reports from commissioners. I'll move to elected officials. Attorney Stephen.
I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to give another shout out to the Family Support Center. It's really exciting that we have that entity in the county. I would encourage people to use the respite care. It's really important, and I think people kind of forget as an option, not necessarily as a replacement, but a supplement. We're going to talk a lot later, so I'll just cut it short there.
Great, thanks, Stephen. And Clerk Wojtek.
Not too much here. We had a visit from our consulting accountants last week, and so I've been pretty busy looking at the books, trying to sort things out from 22 in preparation for the auditors, Larson and company, that are coming next week.
Thank you. And Administrator Mallory Nessa.
I don't have much to report today.
Okay. Quinn, anything? Nope. All right. Thanks for that effort too, Quinn. That's very frustrating. Okay, so we are to our general business action items, discussion and consideration of, and the first item on our agenda is special event intent to apply quarterly review. We did hold a workshop about this earlier, so we got through most of the hard business at 2:30. So we will get to our action item, and I'll welcome Mackenzie Daniel, Special Events Coordinator, to present.
Hello again. All right. I think the motion is to move to approve these. We'll go through the list as the title and move on to the next one. So I move to.
Or actually, I think we had decided to, yeah, we will do the motions, Mackenzie.
Okay.
I think, and then I think you're good if we have any other questions, but we did go through this at the workshop, and if any commissioner would like to make a motion, then we can have discussion. Kevin?
Sure. I'll attempt to make a motion. Just anyone who's listening, most of the discussion occurred in the workshop, so I'm not going to repeat that except for things that maybe should go into the motion. So, and I guess one thing we just decided is we should, instead of just saying a bunch of things, we need to list them individually. So I'm trying to pull that up. So I guess I move to approve the attempt to applies for the following special events. The 2023 Land Rover National Rally, Rexy Queen of the Desert 2023, Jeep Jamboree and October Expedition, Moab 240 Endurance Run, 40th anniversary celebration of Jeep Cherokee, Red Canyon Powwow, Museum of Film and Western Heritage Ribbon Cutting, Moab Kragan, Moab Trail Marathon, GGBY Highline Gathering, and Dead Horse Ultra. That's part one of the motion. Part two is to deny the ITA for Rally on the Rocks. And in our ordinance, I think there's been some debate whether we should give, findings for like an ITA or full application, but I think it makes sense to do findings here. So the findings that should that be part of the motion or should I say it in the discussion?
Stephen?
Sorry.
Kevin was discussing,
If we've got findings that are part of some determination, should it be part of the motion?
Or is it when we vote?
When there's make the motion for it, and then it has to be supported by the findings.
Okay, so the findings would be separate. Okay, so that's the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Dean. Further discussion? Yes, Kevin?
Yeah, so in our ordinance, it encourages us to make findings if we do a denial. So and it gives a list of possible things, but it says we're not limited to that list. There could be other reasons. So one of the findings, and this falls under 8.16.160.d. I think this event, Rally on the Rocks, impacts the peace, comfort, or welfare. This language from the ordinance of the community and makes an unreasonable inconvenience or cost to the public. Also, item H from that list, I think there are impacts of the event that cannot be mitigated. In addition, that we've had innumerable complaints from residents about UTV noise in neighborhoods in general, and this event in particular. And then finally, we've received quite a few comments from visitors saying that noise of this type that negatively impacts their experience and that they might not want to return again. So that's some of the things that went into our decision to not accept this idea.
Thank you, Kevin. I believe Mike had his hand up next.
In questioning this, are we going with a full vote down the full list? I would like to vote.
Yeah, so
separately on the Rally on the Rocks side.
So you could propose an amendment to do yes, and then we could vote on that amendment, and that'll put us all on record where we stand, and then we can vote for the full thing. Does that work for you?
I would like to propose that amendment.
Okay, and you want
I would like to vote separately on the Rally on Rocks event ITA, separate from the already agreed upon.
So maybe you're moving to, or I could make the motion. I'll move to amend my motion to approve the ITA for Rally on the Rocks. So if you want to second that, Mike.
Okay. Wait, I'm not sure that's what Mike was getting at. I believe what Mike was looking for was.
I want to say yes to already.
I think he wanted to vote on everything but Rally on the Rocks, I believe, and then vote on that separately. So instead, you had a two-part motion.
I see.
So maybe
substitute motion.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Make it a separate.
Make it right. Make it.
Okay, so I'll move to amend my motion by striking the denial part.
Right. Okay.
So now,
so
so if you second, you want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the table is to approve all of the events that we have listed in our packet that Kevin stated, except for the Rally on the Rocks.
Yeah.
Okay. Once we pass the amendments.
Once we pass the amendment, all in further discussion on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment.
This is the amendment.
Right.
This is
to vote on the amendment.
This isn't the main motion yet. This is amending the original motion. to
Exactly.
Make it more limited.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, so now the motion on the table is to approve all of the events other than Rally on the Rocks.
And maybe I will say a little bit more about that, even though I said I wasn't going to repeat. I think some of the things that we often look at in approving events is collisions on the calendar, variety events, things like that. And yeah, most of the events on this list have been here in the past, and we didn't notice big overcrowding issues. So
great, thank you. All right, any other discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously. All right.
okay, so
Yes,
can make another motion, which is to deny the ITA for Rally on the Rocks.
great. Okay. And you've stated previously reasons for that.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion on
the
the,
findings that go with that motion are the same as the ones I made earlier.
great.
Under 8.16.130, grounds for denial.
Yeah, I think it's 160.
160, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
8.16.130.
Right. Okay, I have a motion on the table, Commissioner Walker, and a second by Commissioner Hedin.
I have 8-.16.160. What do you have?
We might be
130?
looking at different versions of the
Yeah, we
ordinance.
might be looking at different version.
It's the
I don't know.
date on here. Yeah. Okay, anyway.
I've got the
Right.
2022 version of it.
Okay.
I think that's the most.
I think we got,
We got it.
we got it. Okay. Discussion on that, further discussion on the motion to deny Rally on the Rocks. Yes, Bill.
Sure, I'll start off. I'm going to vote against this motion, and I just believe that we need to start looking at that larger picture that I've discussed. This is, it isn't that this is near and dear to me. It's just I believe it's time that we start working as a commission on a little different level as far as working with everybody in the community and the recreators as well. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. Anybody else care to comment? Yes.
Sure. Again, I refer people to a much fuller discussion on both sides of the issue in the workshop. But I do think, we need to look out for the welfare of residents. This event has generated more complaints than any other event we hold. I just feel like if we would approve this, it means we're basically just rubber stamping everything. So I do think that the negatives of this event outweigh any positives.
Thank you. Yes, Mary.
I just want to put it on the record that in the past, we worked really closely with Rally on the Rocks. We spent many hours negotiating and coming up with solutions, which they agreed to, and then later chose not to agree to. I want that on the record.
Thanks, Mary. Any other discussion before I call for a vote? All right, all those in favor of the motion to deny Rally on the Rocks 2023, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Winfield and McCurdy in opposition. Thanks, Mackenzie. All right, on to agenda item 2, letter of support for grant application for trail maintenance and trailhead information pavilions. And do we have Maddie here? Or was somebody else going to present this? Chris, do you know? I know it was a simple letter of support. They were looking for a grant application to do, it was trail maintenance, as well as they were looking at doing, I believe, like metal kiosks at some of the more popular trailheads. I think some of the kiosks had degraded, and they were looking at creating uniformity among those kiosks across those popular trailheads, from my recollection at various meetings. No, I don't think it was.
It's the letter. The Grand County Commission supports the application.
It's the it's the RTP grant. Right.
For active trails, transportation and trail division for recreational trail program RTP grant.
Yeah, and it involves kiosks with visitor education, responsible recreation messaging, as well as information about the trails, etc.
So can I make a motion?
Yes, please, Kevin.
So I move to approve the letter of support for GCAT's 2023 recreational trail program grant application as written.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I think Mike got his hand up first, Mary, but
Oh, I got this.
all right. I actually, you know what? I wanted to point out, I noticed on this letterhead that for some reason Bill's name got missed on the letterhead. I think it was just some odd quirk, but anyway, we can address that. Okay, I have a motion on the table for support of the letter from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion?
Yeah, even though Maddie's not here to discuss it, I think the information in the packet's pretty complete. They also mentioned that, these are going to be traits. Just to be clear, these are shade structures. They're not just, the kiosks with informational signs.
Right. Okay.
And they've had problems with wind tearing up their portable ones. So these will be a little tougher.
Yeah, great. All right, then, if there's did you have a comment on this, Bill? It's just a letter of support for the RTP grant going towards trail maintenance and trail and information pavilions. Great. All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And passes unanimously, 6-0. All right, we'll move to agenda item 3, Armstrong Consulting Scope of Work, Task Order T for the 2023 Airport Fencing Project, which is part of the Airport Improvement Program, the AIP. And we have Tammy Howland, Airport Director.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Tammy.
So what you have before you is the next step in this process for the fencing project scope of work. This is the estimated cost based on the engineer's report. It has the design costs for the project itself. Those are set in stone. The actual cost of the project doesn't come until we get bids. So this step in the process is to approve the scope of work that just says this is the project, this is what we're going to do, and here's the end product that we want. And after this, it'll go out for a independent fee estimate. They'll take a look at Armstrong's estimations and make sure that they're on track. And then from there, it goes off to FAA for the grant approval. And then we would, based on that, go out for bids and get our grants issued to us from
Great.
FAA.
Thank you, Tammy. Yeah, Mike.
Barring future discussion.
Yeah.
I have no questions. This is just the scope of work that needs to be done, or
Yes.
putting that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not committing Grand County to any financial obligation at this point.
Thank you.
Kevin.
I move to approve Armstrong's scope of work, task order T for the 2023 airport fencing project.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion on the table, Commissioner Walker, and a second by Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion or questions for Tammy? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Tammy, and the next item is yours as well. So item number 4 is applying to the United States Department of Transportation for approval of an alternate essential air service contract with the Canyonlands Regional Airport. That is with Contour Airlines as the selected air service provider.
Yeah, I had a quick PowerPoint that I wanted to share and get it up here. So
we've been
good work. What I bring to you tonight is a tough decision. Currently, right now, we have air service that is by SkyWest under an essential air service contract with the United States Department of Transportation. And under that program, up to this point, we've had very little we pick our airlines, things like that. And it's been okay because we've, for the most part, gotten what we wanted. Our contract with SkyWest is up the end of June 30th. And I'm gonna get a able to share.
Yes. Is it gonna like it? Should like it.
It says participant screen share. It's disabled. That's all right. I think you all got a copy of that.
Was that part of the materials in the packet?
Let me see if I
So what happened this year is in November, DOT put out a request for proposals for air service for Moab and Vernal. We've always been paired with Vernal in our EAS contracts. And the first results that we got were one proposal from SkyWest. And I
try not to take a picture.
I think, there we go. The first proposal was rejected because DOT determined that the proposal SkyWest gave was for SkyWest charters to operate as a 380 public charter carrier. They have not yet been approved to operate under that certificate or under that authority. So that was rejected. They put it back out for proposals again and asked SkyWest to alter their, if they wanted to remain our carrier, to alter that proposal. They did alter their proposal, but not in the way they needed to.
I gotta ask a quick question. So is the root cause of this just a pilot shortage? Is that what's okay?
And you will see a lot of EAS contracts are facing the same situation. The face of regional air traffic in this country is going this route. You're not gonna see the regional jets like we had before with the 50 passengers or more. Because of the pilot shortage, this is the, if you want to say, loophole around the 121 air carrier standards for pilots. Under a charter, you have to have your captain as a full-on captain. They have their 1,500 hours, but then you can have your second your second in command at a lesser hours. I think it's like 350 or something like that. But it also allows them to bring back pilots that are retired as well. Under a 121 carrier like your Delta, United, you have to retire at age 65. It's mandatory. So this is kind of a temporary fix to what's happening to regional traffic in this country. So what SkyWest was proposing was to operate the same aircraft they are now, the CRJ 200s, by taking out 20 seats and operating as a 30 passenger jet. That has been rejected. It's not even, we're not even allowed to consider it under our essential air service contract. The second proposal came in with Boutique Air and with a PC-12, which is a Pilatus aircraft. We've had Boutique Air in the past when we lost our service with SkyWest previously. Boutique came in and they offered our EAS service until we had our project for the runway upgrade. So they put in right now as it stands with the essential air service. We potentially are DOT can just say, here's Boutique, they put in a legit offer. This is the service you have. The only alternative to that is no service. And I think we all agree that's not acceptable. So the Hail Mary in this situation is to go with an alternate essential air service. And this is the same funding, but this gets paid out to the community rather than to the airline directly. It's a grant, and we go into contract with the airline themselves. They don't contract with DOT. We contract with DOT, we pick who we want. I did as much research as I could, talk to an airline consultant, and he led me in some different directions. Ultimately, where I landed was with Contour Airlines. They operate, in this picture here is a comparison of the two aircraft. They operate an ERJ 135 and ERJ 145s. That's Embraer regional jets. These are also configured to a 30-seat capacity. And what they are proposing on the left is the Pilatus PC-12, and that's an 8-passenger single engine turboprop aircraft. So Contour right now, with the short notice that we gave them, they can provide us with jet service to Phoenix, with a potential to at a later time work on getting a different hub to fly into. I'm sorry, Boutique Air. They're proposing flights into Denver with the Pilatus PC-12. Both airlines have interline agreements. Boutique does have a code share. The biggest difference between code share and interline is with a code share. Your tickets are actually issued through United, so you would still get your frequent flyer miles. Whereas with just an interline, you can connect all the routes, all the legs of your flight. You just may not get your frequent flyer miles with the Moab to Phoenix segment of that flight. There should be a Matt Chavitz on the is that not going to show up because I'm sharing? He's the CEO of Contour. Available. Oh,
what's his name?
Matt Chavitz.
I haven't seen Matt, but I will. I had to log the meeting because I literally every 3 seconds someone's trying to get it.
Okay.
I've seen Paul who's been trying to get in this entire time. I have not. Tell Matt to change his number.
Yeah.
Text him time to put his last name in there because if all I see is Matt, I'll be taking him out. Because Paul, I've been taking out every 4 seconds. If anybody knows Paul, that's not a good person.
So they're very comparable services. The biggest difference obviously is the aircraft size and the route. So I did a little comparison, some pros and cons with Boutique. at 8 seats per flight, we're just barely gonna make our 10,000 enplanements, and that's if they fill every seat. 10,000 enplanements is where our entitlement money comes in. We receive $1 million a year in airport improvement program funding. Once you lose that 10,000 enplanements, you go back down to the $300,000 or whatever it is for your airport improvement projects. The other factor of that is when we go to request upgrades to the airport so that we can get in some bigger jets at some point, they base it on what your largest scheduled aircraft is. And so that's a big part of when I look at this as the airport director, what is, these are different things I'm looking at because it's a lot of our future projects kind of teeter on what size aircraft we're getting in and out of our airport. With Contour, as you can see, we'll easily make our 10,000 mark, even if they don't have, that they're not gonna, no airline's gonna have 100% load factor. They average about 60 to 70% load factor. I understand that there's a lot of pushback about Phoenix. I get it. There's not a lot I can do. I have been working on this since March. I've only had since March 28th to work on this. The decision was given to me on that date that we were not going to get SkyWest. And so this is what I could get an actual airline to commit to. No one else was able to say, even give us a commitment in that short of period of time. But with that, Contour is a up and coming, they're very successful. They have a great business plan in management. I've reached out to other airports, other vendors that work with them, and received high praises. They have the equipment, they have the financial ability, and they have the staffing to be able to bring routes into Moab and Vernal. And so I bring to you tonight the decision to either recommend a boutique to Department of Transportation, or we submit our application to go with alternate essential air service with Contour Airlines as our air carrier.
Great. Thank you, Tammy. I know Bill's on the airport board, and Jody, are you here for this item too as well? Do you want to come forward? Do you have anything to add to the conversation? I'm sorry, Jody Patterson is the chair of the airport board as well, and I believe you co-authored the letter. And Mike,
I was just here. We didn't have the airport board meeting last night.
Actually, excuse me, you should move the microphone over there. They can't hear you online.
We did have the airport board meeting last night, and the board approved unanimously to recommend to the commission that we go with the alternate EIS. EAS, sorry.
Right.
To just not take a step backwards. Okay. Again, we know that Phoenix is not going to be popular with many locals, though we do have the option of negotiating other routes as that contract progresses with Contour.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
And in that, for them to make it feasible for them to do it, they are asking for 3 years. But with that, there is that flexibility for us to negotiate.
So it looks like within that 3-year period that maybe they'd be able to offer service to Denver, Salt Lake City, as well as Phoenix potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any guarantees.
Of course.
They're not going to make any guarantees, but because they don't have anything set up currently with Denver, that will take some time for them to acquire that.
Right. And until then, if we go down this path, then we'd only be looking at a connection through Phoenix to Moab, right?
Tell me Matt's number. I'll make sure
It's
that's
a
right.
516.
No, it's 1352. That's not him. Digits.
I guess while we're working this out, do you guys want to continue the conversation at all, or any
Sure.
questions?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I mean, I read through all the materials. I think it was very informative, and I feel like I probably support what you're recommending, but for the sake of full discussion, I have flown in and out of Canyonlands Field for years, all the way back to Alpine Air, and did quite a bit of flying on Boutique, back when they had the contract. And I thought, and I think a lot of other people use it, it was actually very convenient. The smaller planes means more flights, means better connections. So that does seem like a significant positive to Boutique. And it sounds like your biggest concern is you wouldn't be able to hit the 10,000 enplanements. Is that
Correct. It's most likely we would. We did hit 10,000 with them in 2017, I think it was. It is a great service. I agree with you. Most people like flying with Boutique. Many people don't and are afraid of small aircraft. They're more comfortable flying on a jet. And so this is a bad, which is the lesser of two evils, right? Neither one of these plans are exactly what we want. It's the best we can do right now. And I don't discard Boutique Air. I think they have a great service. I just don't feel, as the airport director and the airport board agreed, that this is the direction we want to take.
Another aspect of that is our enplanements last year were 19,000 or so. So we would be losing. Contour could more or less get us up to keep that number. So if we're bringing in almost 10,000 less people, that's also going to be impacting a lot of the industries that we have here in town. Just immediately tied to the airport, you have the car rental agencies, some of which are local. You have the transportation companies that are relying on larger numbers of passengers coming in as well. So there's some of that to consider as well. It's kind of a.
so I'm a little bit confused, because I thought on a slide you had up just a moment ago, you showed it if Contour flew at 100% capacity, they would get up to 18,000.
Right.
But more likely is 70%.
Right,
So
which is closer. What he's saying is
right now with 50 passenger jet, that's what we'd be getting. So we're already going to take a 20% cut.
Right.
Off of the number of people we'd be able to bring in, moving from 50 passenger jet to a 30 passenger jet.
okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying we could stay close to 19 or something.
Well,
Closer.
We would be closer.
Okay.
One of the other factors for me is we could go with Boutique and say we want more than 3 flights a day. And that's going to put more, that's going to tax our staffing at the airport. Because we do have to provide our coverage for that scheduled flight. Regardless of what size aircraft it is, we still have to provide that. So if we're stretching that out over a 12-hour day, we're looking at a bunch of different schedule changing. TSA will be affected by that. We don't necessarily lose TSA with Boutique, but it is more of a potential than with a jet service. Just because they could look at it from the standpoint of, there's only 8 passengers per flight that that we're screening, it may not be financially responsible for them to maintain that. Currently, where we're at, TSA is only required if you have 61 passengers or more on a flight. The reason we have TSA now is because the transportation system tries to spread that out rather than screening everybody at Denver or everybody at Salt Lake. Spread that out to the regional airports to get that screening done, so that it's not all done at one airport. So they spread it out. I can't speak to say yes, we'll lose it if we get boutique. I can say there's more potential for losing TSA if we go with boutique.
So you know that we did lose TSA last time.
We did because they didn't have
It was
they
different
didn't have a
circumstances,
co-chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have that now, and so they are eligible for that, and they would be able to fly in on the secured side because they have a co-chair with United now. So these are just all different.
So with
different things I'm putting out there for you.
So with boutique, we'd be looking at 3 flights a day in and out. Would it be like one plane hopping between Denver and Moab, or Denver, Moab, and Vernal,
It would.
more or less?
No, it wouldn't be like last time where they kind of went from.
Yeah, I remember that.
Vernal to
Right.
Moab to Denver. It would be Moab to Denver. and
Okay, so but it'd be one plane basically making that flight 3 times each way.
Yeah.
So maximum number of passengers per day would be 24. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And both airlines are willing to do the seasonal schedule like we've done previously. Where
So-
we
And with Contour, we'd basically just be looking at connections going through American Airlines, more or less.
yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I will say in favor, I mean, you were saying Phoenix seemed like a big negative, but in the flying that I've done out of Grand Junction, where you have your choice of, Salt Lake or Denver or Phoenix as a connection, quite often the best routing is through Phoenix. So it's not totally the pits.
Yeah, it really is. It's individual, right? It depends on where you're flying to and who you have your frequent flyer miles with, right? Some of us are loyal to our airline, but most of us just kind of go the easiest route. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I have a much better picture of what both options look like. Any questions or?
I mean, I've got more questions, but I want to give other people a turn.
Oh, excellent.
Okay. Yeah, so actually, so this might be a good segue to Matt saying something, but you, at some point in your presentation, you called this, this application for alternative essential, or a Hail Mary. Does that mean that the FAA might say, we're not interested? Is that, or why is it a Hail Mary?
It's the Hail Mary because that's the only way right now we're going to keep jet service at our airport. Because our deadline to submit anything is April 24th. And through traditional EAS, which is where we're at right now, there's no other way to obtain jet service. So the only way to do it is to break off and do the alternate EAS, where we can reach out to airlines and say, will you service our airport, which is what I have done. And so in my mind, that's a Hail Mary is, we're at this spot and there's nowhere else we can go.
Yeah. But you're confident if we approve this letter that the FAA will go for it?
Yes, and I think Matt will speak to that a little bit more, because he has experience with this, with other markets that were left in the same position.
Okay.
Did that answer?
Yeah.
Sammy, are you able to speculate as to what the difference in cost might be for a ticket, say for a local residence between the two?
I will also let Matt speak to that a little bit more, because he'll be able to give you better numbers than what I have. Comparably, it should.
It is
The more seats you have, the more it spreads that cost much lower. But I will let Matt speak more.
Yeah.
ticket prices.
I was a little bit confused by the materials in the packet because it seemed like the applications, coming from Boutique and Contour were quoting ticket price, very low ticket prices, like just $59 a flight or 79. But then elsewhere in the materials, you were saying 150 or something. So should we, which?
So when I talked to Boutique, they said their maximum, price for a ticket would be $199. But it can range depending on demand, right? Or how full the flight is.
Yeah, last night at the meeting, they gave us the number of $69 to $129, depending on those factors.
Yeah, and I know that Contour with some of their other routes have offered some last minute fares as long as like $18.99. But again, I'll let Matt speak a little more to that.
Matt ready to talk?
So I've been unmuted, so I'm happy to jump in. Nice to meet everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you, Matt, clearly. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let me try to answer some of the questions. I apologize. I just got on, so I don't know what was discussed prior, but I heard two questions. The first is this really a Hail Mary, and what is the likelihood of DOT approval? In all of the time that alternate EAS has been in existence and all of the applications that have been submitted, only once has a community been denied their AEAS application. Without going into too much detail, I can tell you that that was a very political situation. The way that DOT administers, or at least has historically administered AEAS, is the benchmark for the amount that they will award under AEAS is established by the value of the traditional EAS bids that they receive. So in every case, AEAS, except even that has changed now. This is such an unusual time in the airline industry, such an unusual time in the EAS program that sort of all bets have gone out the window. But at least historically, the DOT has used the traditional EAS bids to establish a benchmark for how much they'd be willing to award under AEAS. So since our bid is actually less expensive than Boutique's, I can tell you with 99% certainty, I would expect this to be approved. Short of some seismic shift in the department's view on AEAS, I don't anticipate there being any hurdles. I think the department, given everything that's happening, is particularly incentivized to ensure that the community not just gets what they want, but in this case, gets a product that the department has a high confidence will be reliable and not basically come back as a boomerang to them and end up as something that they're having to deal with again another year or two from now, which has been the case in plenty of other markets. So I think DOT is very apt to just give the communities what they want and wash their hands of it. With regard to ticket prices, the way an interline agreement works, certainly the way our agreement with American works, is it is the sum of two local fares, meaning there's the fare that we charge from Phoenix to Moab, and then there would be the fare charged from Phoenix to whatever the final destination is by American. And in that type of structure, it becomes very important that in this case, it's our role as sort of the connecting carrier, offer particularly low fares such that we're not pricing ourselves out of the market with the combination of the two fares. And certainly having 30 seats on our aircraft gives us, I think, a better ability to do that. So when you look at our average fare, that's net of taxes. But what we typically have is we have the local fares for people literally just getting off in Phoenix. But then we have a set of lower fares that are only eligible to be purchased as part of a ticket with American Airlines. And so that's how we ensure that our connecting fares, when people's final destination is beyond Phoenix, that is still a very reasonable cost. And just to give you a sense of what those fares are in most of our markets, those are typically like 40 or 60. In a lot of markets, we typically have three fares, 40, 60, and 80 as an add-on fare in each direction, net of taxes. And in this case, I can certainly tell you that Phoenix being sort of a hub for Southwest, another low fare carrier, does keep a lot of pressure on the overall fares in the market, so that when combined with our fares, they're still pretty attractive.
What would be, oh, go ahead, Bill. Yeah.
Can you speak at all to the future, Matt? I mean, I know you don't have a glass ball there, but a lot of us are really hoping for some look towards Denver, Salt Lake, that we feel like Phoenix is a, as she said, a Hail Mary, but more of just like a step backwards for us, and our bigger market comes in from the Denver area, and even Salt Lake being number 2. So can you speak to that in the future?
Sure. I don't think that's the case. So let me sort of back up. We serve Page, Arizona from Phoenix, although it is the same state. It's almost on the border of Utah, and it's only just over 100 miles shorter in stage length than Moab would be. Phoenix as a hub for American is a very viable hub. And so I don't think it's fair to discount Phoenix, in the sense that it's not a good option. The reason that you've had Denver and Salt Lake City, quite frankly, is that Boutique had an interline with United, and SkyWest had an agreement with Delta and United, in Denver and Salt Lake were their hubs respectively. If you had been operating over the past few years with a carrier that had American as its primary relationship, you guys would have been going to Phoenix the entire time. So I want to be careful not to sort of use the history of your market to suggest that one hub is more viable than the other, because Page had historically been served from Denver by Great Lakes as well. They had Denver service, and they also had Phoenix service, but we abandoned the Denver service when we took over from Great Lakes, and there were no issues. That being said, I can tell you, with the current state of the industry, of the big 3 carriers, Delta has been the most resistant to new relationships, whether they be codeshare or interline. United, all bets are off now, because the SkyWest product is going to be interline only. But SkyWest doesn't even have a reservation system or a call center or an existing interline with United. But as you've seen from their other bids, it's very clear that United will only give their 135 operation an interline agreement. So, to answer your question about the future and probabilities, I think Salt Lake is very unlikely, just given what I know about Delta's position. I think United's newfound willingness to interline with Part 135 carriers does potentially open the door. But I also think that you guys may very quickly find that Phoenix is meeting your needs and very viable, and that you're not missing Denver. If we secured an interline with United and it made sense to offer Denver, I'm certainly not opposed to it. We'd be happy to do it. I think Phoenix is going to actually work really well for you guys. Tammy, in full transparency, the airport director in Brno called me maybe an hour ago, and I had a very candid conversation with him. And for his market, which is 500 miles from Phoenix, and actually slightly east rather than pretty much straight due north. I was very candid in telling him that the geography of his airport didn't lend itself as well to Phoenix as a hub. And I expressed some other thoughts, but for you guys, I'm very, very confident that Phoenix will work really well for you guys.
Well, I certainly don't want to disparage Phoenix. That wasn't my intention, but
well,
most
to be
of
clear,
the
I
feedback
don't live there, so you're
from
not
locals here preferring Salt Lake and Denver as a second option, but I was in no way disparaging Phoenix.
Yeah, the question was, Matt, basically, is that it's something that you guys are willing to look at.
Absolutely, but Denver wouldn't make sense unless we had a United Interline, which we're very interested in. But short of having a United Interline, going to a market that basically offers no connectivity, I want everyone to understand the impact of an interline. Without an interline agreement, any connections via Denver would not exist in any online search engines or anything like that. So, if we were flying to Denver without an interline agreement and you typed in New York City to Moab, if Denver was our only hub, you would only get connections via Chicago or Dallas on American to Denver and then to Moab. So it would be a minimum of 2 connections to get to Moab. So the flights would show, but there would be no single connections, which, the idea of double connecting to get to your community is just not particularly attractive. American has nonstop service from Phoenix to, tons of destinations across the United States. And all of those will come up as single connection itineraries when searching on AA.com or via any online travel agency. And if we had a United Interline, then all those single connection itineraries via Denver would appear as well. So yes, we're very interested in it. And if we had it, we'd certainly look at it and be willing to do Denver. But short of that, in the interim, we think Phoenix is very viable.
Thanks, Matt. We have a question from Commissioner McGann, real quick.
What I'm understanding you saying is if you're going to Denver to make a connection and you're not just going to Denver, that Phoenix is just as viable. And
if you're making a connection, I think Phoenix is just as viable as Denver. I don't know what the local traffic is between Moab and Denver versus Moab and Phoenix, meaning how many people are just getting off in Denver or getting off in Phoenix and terminating there. And it's hard to assess that because you guys haven't had Phoenix. And typically the existence of nonstop service in a market is very stimulating to the local traffic between the two cities. So
what I'm not sure, Tammy, you might have a better idea. Do most of the people that fly to Denver, is it a connection rather than just a destination?
I believe so.
From when I've flown, it seems like everybody on the plane, almost everybody's making a connection.
Yeah.
So then that wouldn't really make much of a difference. I think the reason we like Salt Lake is more because business, that a lot of the work we have to do when we're needing to work with our state or go up there for appointments. It's Salt Lake is why people want that. But that's a different purpose.
I totally understand that. I just think if this is any consolation, remember the new SkyWest product doesn't have Delta connectivity either. And so, I think that's why so many communities have elected to move over to Contour. Whereas the code share with United and Delta offered certain advantages in the past, the leveled playing field and certainly taking Delta off the table and turning the United agreement from a code share into an interline I think it's important to reassess given the options that are actually on the table. You know, there is the old world and there's the new world order. And, you know, you're having to make decisions
I have another
based
question
on the
from
new world
Commissioner.
order.
I have another question
Sure.
from Commissioner Walker, real quick.
Actually, I was just to move things along. I was going to go ahead and make a motion.
Great.
I move to approve the submission of an application by Grand County to the United States Department of Transportation for approval of an alternate essential air service contract with Canyonlands Regional Airport and Contour Airlines as a selected air service provider, and to request the Department of Transportation to allow an extension of the current essential air service contract until such time as the appropriate alternate essential air service carrier can begin providing service.
Second. All right. I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McGann. So further discussion, anyone? I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the options, and I do feel like unfortunately it is a bit of a step backwards no matter what, but yeah, still a decision to be made. Kevin?
I think the discussion was informative. I agree that, you know, neither of these is where we thought we would be, you know, a few months ago, but I support the recommendation of the board. I did want to say in general, though, that often, and this is, you know, based on dealings with the airport and airport managers going back many years before your time, it seems like sometimes there's a tension between, you know, is our goal to like get tourists here, or is our goal to provide essential air service for residents? And I think it should be the latter. More, you know, the latter should take precedence. I think that's the purpose of the EAS funding. And so I just think I just want to make sure that, you know, we're, you know, things like ticket prices and, you know, convenience of connections for residents and things like that play a role in, you know, in future decisions. And I support the recommendation here, but I think sometimes, you know, growing the airport as fast as possible is not the same thing as providing the best service for residents, or, you know, and that kind of thing. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thanks. Definitely. Thank you, Tammy and Jody and Matt. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 5, Grand County and Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah subcontract agreement, contract for community development block grant. And Chris, are you here for that one, or is Ben gonna co-present with you?
The other Ben
Riley, right? Yeah, I meant Ben Riley. Yeah,
I can cover it, I think.
Okay.
So this, I think what you're looking at is just the subcon work between Grant County and HASU for the project that they got, or they're in the process of getting CDBG awarding for. We have to have one more public hearing, which we'll do at the next meeting. And then I think we'll be able to finalize the grant agreement. But since we're the contractor, but HASU is doing the work, we're gonna have to have a subcontract agreement with HASU to do the work on our behalf. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
So I think this is all this is. It's just the scope of work for that subcontract agreement that we have to plug into web grants.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Yes, Bill.
I've got a few questions and I'll just rattle them all off, but the concern would be if this is gonna cover the entire infrastructure needs of that project for them, or is this just a stepping stone is the question?
I think that this is gonna cover the full scope of water, sewer infrastructure. I'm not entirely sure if it covers all of their utility needs. But they are going to also get some money from the Utah Housing Corporation, I think, to fill out the total cost. So the CDBG award is most of it, but I think there's 80,000 or something around there that it's also going to come from Utah Housing Corporation to cover the remainder.
And being as we're the contractor, then I guess then another question I had would be cost overruns. What happens when those come along? And then a big concern, just because of what's happened out there in the past, is some of this being looked at for storm mitigation. Those neighbors were certainly overran.
Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with the stormwater infrastructure, which was approved in the subdivision approval process. So I don't think this would deal necessarily with altering that. If there are any stormwater improvements that they would have to make associated with this project, that it would be along the lines of the design that was approved in the subdivision approval process. So, that's something that we still need to take a closer look at with Horrocks and set engineering. And I'm still concerned, like you are, about the effectiveness of their stormwater mitigation infrastructure. Right. I don't think that this project has anything to do with that, because at least the design component.
I just think there's an awareness in that neighborhood now that Arroyo needs to be at the table trying to help solve some of those problems. And I got multiple calls on it from the flooding, and we went over some of that already, but they continue to remind me, that the next storm is coming.
Yeah, and we've got preliminary approval for that project, and so Jones and Mill is working on the design for incorporation into the bid project with the Spanish Valley Pathway. But because we still have to go through right-of-way procurement with, I think, 13 different parcels, it's kind of up in the air as to how long that will take. I've gone through right-of-way acquisition processes that are, take a couple months, and then there's others that it took me a couple of years.
Understood.
But in this instance, I think that the process that CDBG requires has changed, and it's for the better with regard to cost opinions, because they have to go out to bid first in order to finalize their agreement and make sure that that the bids come back within budget before the conclusion of the grant agreement, which is a new thing, but from the perspective of security, I think it's an improvement, and so we're sure better off that way.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Questions for Chris, or anyone care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion if no one else wants to. I move to approve the Grand County and Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah subcontract agreement. Subcontract agreement contract. Or that's not a typo?
Laura from the Housing Authority, I think, read it, but
okay,
you can edit it to make more sense. I think it's just.
I'm just going to read it again as written.
Okay.
So any deviations from what's in the packet are accidental. I move to approve the Grand County and Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah subcontract agreement contract for community development block grant.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, got a second. Motion on the table, Commissioner Walker, second by Commissioner Winfield. Any discussion on this item? Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, and we pass unanimously. Thanks, Chris. Next up, or actually, you know what? I missed our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard. So we're a little over time, but is there anybody here in the chamber who would care to come forward and make a statement? Yes, sir. Could you please, if
It's here for the public hearing later. Or do you want to make a comment now?
It's not the right time, right?
It's not the right time for item 17. It isn't the right time for any other public comment.
Sorry.
No problem. It's confusing. All right.
We're all figuring it out.
Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone here to make a comment? Anyone on Zoom, or is that that's right?
I want to say something there.
Okay. If you are on Zoom, we've had some technical difficulties with people bombing our meeting on Zoom, so we're unable to give you public comment at this time, but please send an email to commission@grandcountyutah.net. Thanks. All right, moving on to agenda item number 6, 2023 community event grants. And August.
Like the same building parking here for the next 6 items.
Wow. All right. You didn't bring a sleeping bag.
I think Mallory's is involved in presenting this.
Right.
But I don't know where she is, and I think Ben is also involved. Here he is. We're on event grants. You want to read this? Sure. Yeah, my apologies. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to make today's meeting, so I wasn't listed, but Mallory and I have been working closely on this item. So an abbreviated timeline summary is during the first commission meeting of this year, this body approved that for this grant process, we move forward with an ad hoc committee to take the burden of reviewing these grants off of our travel council board. We proceeded with that in February. And then because of a number of factors, mostly having to do with just making sure that in the future, this process aligns with the special event process. There was some time where we were kind of holding on moving forward with these grant recommendations, that is. And then during our April Travel Council Advisory Board meeting, we brought the ad hoc committee's recommendations forward to that board. They gave the thumbs up for that ad hoc committee's recommendations. And so those recommendations are before you now. The one thing that I will flag is that when the ad hoc committee met, this was in February, and the status of the fair, the county fair, was not yet known, status as in funding. And so that ad hoc committee was keen to see that fair move forward, and with concerns that it might not without this funding, they moved to recommend that $12,500 of these funds go towards that fair. We recently worked that out during a commission meeting, and so because of that, that is no longer something that's present in these recommendations. So there is a spare $12,500 that remain in the line item for these grants. The Travel Council Board expressed a desire to review that remaining balance at their May meeting and potentially allocate it, allocate a further amount to some of the awards that you've seen recommended before you. But since this is the ultimate deciding body, you could choose to allocate that today if you wished, or you can punt it back to the Travel Council, in which case this would come back to you probably in early June. For the last 12-5.
Yes, for the last 12-5.
And I should clarify maybe for the public listening that by the county commission resolving the county fair at the last county commission meeting, the county decided to fund the county fair for 50 grants separate from this amount. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mallory, do you want to speak to the community grant versus event grant piece? Which is special.
Well, I learned a lot about this, and it's really just the match or demonstration of match that's required, and when you get the breakdown of money, right? So one of them was you get a small piece up front and the rest later down the road. And the other one was more recognizing you're a new event, you might have a harder time getting up and running. You will probably need more of that funding up front. And so Ben and I talked through it for a while, and I had the suggestion that maybe they all be approved as community grants this time, because it's really the same pot of money. And then it's easier than looking at applications and shifting them around. Okay, they applied for this, but we think they could pick up this pot of money. Just kind of giving the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a great suggestion Mallory made. I think, our office having worked on a few grant programs and hoping to shift towards a more comprehensive sponsorship model that works in tandem with the special event process. I think in this case, it would be great to see the administrative hurdles lowered if possible. And the special event grant it's a one-to-one match. So if they're asking for $4,000, they have to put up $4,000, and they're only going to receive half of that before the event and half afterwards. If we approve these all as community event grants, again, this is just really a guidelines thing, but we're able to provide 90% upfront, 10% afterwards, and the match threshold is smaller. Based on the applications that we've received, which include budgets, those match thresholds will be easily met. We still work to verify that, but it's a little bit easier for event organizers to verify that smaller amount afterwards.
especially considering they've had that 90% up front to hopefully do the event.
And I think one thing we also talked a lot about was how this program has a lot of potential and that really tying it in, but also being able to look at the purpose and then the special event like philosophy and making sure that they go in tandem, but also deadlines. Yep. So that people can get an idea ahead of time what to apply for. Because I imagine some folks aren't learning about it at the same time. Like just tying.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions for Ben, August, or Mallory on any of the grants? Yeah, Mike.
Do explain just our follow-up. I am all for granting money for events. What's our follow through on that said money after the fact?
In terms of determining how it's spent. Great. So in the proposed community event grant contract, there is exhibit, I believe it's either C or D, and it is thank you, exhibit C, and that is a reporting form. That includes questions that we have typically asked in previous iterations of this grant, and also tries to hone in on who is participating, who is attending, and getting just a not necessarily comprehensive, but close to a comprehensive understanding of how this affects our economy. In the future, again, in tandem with special event processes, but also with the data side that we are trying to bolster in our office, I think that we're gonna have a really great time doing things like geofencing these events and really getting a really great focused idea of how much it contributes to our economy. But in the meantime, we have had really good success with just making sure that grantees know you're going to have to report on these things. If you go to some of these events, they'll either be asking you when you check in at the ticket booth, or they'll have a survey for you to fill out that helps them collect this data. I know I've done that for some events around here, but that list of questions is what we'll be sending out to anyone who receives this grant. And if you think there's something on there that's missing or could be fleshed out, I think we can definitely work on making that a robust group.
No, I actually like several points you listed, including the list of local services utilized with that.
Great, thank you
on that.
That was it's something that we used to ask in a previous grant program, but that document was definitely bolstered by Mallory and Stephen. So give them the thank for that.
And also for the commissioner's information, if you look at the contract, there is reporting required. Within 60 days of the event project, that's what we call the event, they have to submit a final report. And if they don't comply with that, number 13 says that we can ask for the grant money back. So we lay out the exhibit for them to comply with, to do it in a time period. And then there's, I don't foresee anybody failing to do that, but all the language is contained there. They're on good notice that they need to do certain things, and the things that they have to do aren't exceptionally difficult. So I think they should be able to comply with it.
Great. Yeah, Mary.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the following community event grants for 2023. $5,000 to Blaze Adventures LLC for the Moab Canyons Endurance Ride. $5,000 to the Friends of Moab Folk Festival for the Moab Folk Festival. $15,000 to the Friends of Moab Folk Festival for the Moab Free Concert Series. $5,000 to Moab's Arts and Recreation, City of Moab, for the Red Rock Arts Festival. $15,000 to the Cultural Fire event for the Red Canyon Powwow. $10,000 to the Moab Arts Festival Incorporated for the Moab Arts Festival. $5,000 to the Moab Music Festival for the Moab Music Festival's Winterlude. $5,000 to Canyon Fields Institute for the Mental Health in Nature series. $2,500 to ABC Thompson LLC for the May Day, Summer Solstice, and Winter Solstice celebrations.
Do we want to add into that motion what we want to do with the 12.5, or do we want that as a separate motion? What do you guys?
I think it would be best to leave the reason it wasn't decided last time was because it was a long meeting And we had reached the end of the meeting and people were kind of burned, and we felt we could do a better discussion and decide how to use the money when we had more time, and it was at the beginning.
But we want to punt it back to them.
Yeah.
We don't want to deal with that. Do you want that in the motion or do we have to not? No.
We don't have to say.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay. I'll second Mary's motion.
Okay. I have a motion on the table, Commissioner McGann, a second by Commissioner Walker. Yes, Mike.
Oh, just going for the.
Oh, yeah, no, I was going for
Pre-voting here.
further discussion. Anyone else have anything to say about any of this? I guess, so what, yeah, Mallory.
If possible, I actually think it'd be good to allocate that 12.5, just because going into a fresh cycle and tweaking the process, it could take some time, and it would be a weird transition potentially for people who might want to apply, and then just giving out a small piece.
I would add that, so this has been a bit of a confusing process, and I'm looking forward to it being rolled into special events because that's where things become organized. But I definitely think that when I came to you in January originally, the ultimate goal of creating that ad hoc committee was to take this off of the Travel Council Advisory Board's plate. I think that they would be happy to review this, but I also don't think that they would be that perturbed if this body were to decide to allocate the rest of those funds. You are the ultimate approving body anyways. That's all I have to say on that. I don't think there's any wrong with it.
Thanks.
Kevin, I mean, I don't think we're prepared in this meeting to try to allocate that extra money, so
I personally would tend to agree with that too. I did look through all the applications, but I didn't put any thought towards that extra allocation. So unfortunately. Sure, Stephen.
And the other good thing about this grant process that we're doing at the reporting part, if you look in the last page, we're also inquiring about the amount of money that they bring in so that we feel comfortable going on in the future that if there was an event that just killed it and did great and had a lot of input and made a lot of money, that if they came back next time asking for another grant, we might consider other grants that didn't have. Additionally, there's 9 applicants, and if you want, you could give each one like $1,300 or $1,388.88.
I thought about that.
Yes, Bill.
I'm a little bit curious. There's an awful lot going on here with the city of Moab. Are they part of this? Or are they ponying money up, I guess, is the question I have, considering a lot of this is Moab cultural events?
Are you speaking specifically to the grant proposed for the city of Moab or for just these events?
In general, I mean, this grant program's coming from us,
right.
And I'm just wondering what their portion of any help that they're giving these people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for the city.
Yeah, that's okay.
I know we do have Kelly here at the bus for a different item. Kelly could probably answer that question.
Yeah,
but this is the tourism development and promotion pot of money, correct?
Correct.
And I think the city of Moab just has general fund money, so I think it's appropriate for us to be doing this and not. I know certainly there are times where we think the city of Moab should kick in as well, but I don't think this is one of them.
Yeah, I'm
Bill, I'll just say that is something that we've discussed about on how we can focus, on this program in the future is considering that question. So I definitely think that that's a valid point. Thank you.
Great. I do have a motion on the table. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed. I guess that passes unanimously. Thanks. All right, next up, number 7, mural agreement between the city of Moab, Grant County, and artist James Chip Thomas. Back to you, August.
I can speak to this, and really I should probably have Kelly speak to this if she wants to.
You want to come forward, Kelly? And
yeah, I'll just maybe do a brief intro.
Great.
But basically Kelly reached out to me, letting me know that this was something that they were looking to do, put some murals up. And I was just, Ben and I kind of simply helped to facilitate ensuring that this ended up on the agenda.
So as part of our festival for 2023, we're trying to have more of a theme focused around the people of Moab and storytelling. And so this project really focuses on that. And especially with partnering with the museum and the county to bring some stories forward. So it's public art as well as festival, and it's encouraging participation and encouraging storytelling, and that's why we want to do this project.
Thank you. All right, I assume everyone's had a chance to look at the mural that's going to go up on the museum, or this potentially will go up on the museum. I think it's cool. I'm on the museum board, and I love I love it. I think it's a great choice, and I like murals too. So yeah.
And to be clear, we are just voting on the museum mural. The second one will come forward at a later date. Is that correct?
And the county is going to be contributing $2,000. That's the estimated cost, or is that
My understanding
Moab Arts cost?
I think that all we're approving is an MOU.
Okay, so this
any costs associated are being borne by the city.
got it. Okay, thank you.
The county's obligation is to provide the structure for 5 years and then to upkeep during that 5-year period. And we cannot have the ability to remove it for that 5-year period and then a notice requirement if we want to in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's clear. Yes, Kevin.
I move to approve a mural agreement between the city of Moab, Grand County, and the artist James Chip Thomas for the purpose of creating a historic Moab mural at the Moab Museum.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion on the mural?
I like all the murals around town, so not privy to who's getting them put up, but I like, there's a lot of variety, so I'm glad for the county to participate in that.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously, 5-0, with Commissioner McGann absent. We'll move on to item number 8, contract with Finley Holiday Film Corps for new videography assets.
Right. So I'll just maybe quick highlight here. So we budgeted and approved by the county commission $40,000 for owned media projects. So owned media being our social media page, website, anything that we're not paying someone else to place media on their platform. That came from a need to really ensure that we had good storytelling for what we're doing besides placed ads as our department. And a big part of that and kind of what comes with that is increasing the frequency and quantity that we're updating our photo and video collateral. And so not only is that going to be useful for owned media, but also for paid media. If someone puts an ad together, they ask us, what kind of photo assets do you have that we can edit to a piece of content? And that's kind of been stale for a little while. So this is an opportunity to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone from photography and the videography standpoint. So with that kind of project, we went out to get some bids for providers of professional videography and photography services. We got 3 bids back. One from Maxwitz Media, which is really kind of focused on a social media project. I'll just kind of read off what's on here. Portrait pictures and videos, short bio from local business owners with 10 featured people. This project will help us engage the visitors with authentic stories of our incredible community members doing great work, and will generate content for our social and website channels for a year. It'll cost us $8,000 as proposed. Second vendor, Wingate Motion, is offering 20 landscape pictures per month for 12 months for a total of 240 pictures. This project will help us have a new stock photography for any media purpose. Total cost of $6,000. And then lastly, from Finley Holiday Film Corp, they're offering 3 videos that would highlight the unique opportunity to document the spring bloom, ecological wonders that should follow this year's heavy precipitation. This would add to our department's Science and Nature series that tie in with the current Nature's Masterpiece theme. Additional needs to gather collateral for marketing campaigns and put together responsible recreation content could be substituted for the initially proposed content. Additionally, he would refresh the library of time-lapse footage available for use in Discover Moab videos. These time-lapse scenes have enhanced our department's videos tremendously, but the best time-lapse footage has been used repeatedly. We can use a set of iconic time-lapse scenes to enhance our new videos and ads to make them even more effective. New footage would be available to be used in future videos, promotion, commercial advertising, or any department use. Mark
Finley is the owner and vendor here. He's worked with our department for over a decade and has always provided really high quality work at an affordable rate. Total cost for the videography work is $26,500. Given the time sensitive nature of the project that Mark Finley is proposing, the spring bloom is probably going to happen in 2 weekends or so. Our staff would like to prioritize the execution of the contract with this vendor, bring back the remaining vendor contracts to the commission at a future meeting when they are ready to review. That's mainly because we had to rush to get certificates of insurance and everything negotiated. We just weren't ready for the other contracts, but yeah.
Cool.
So
thanks, August.
So so the amount from the budget, you mentioned $40,000 for owned media. I mean, is that, but these are all sort of acquiring video and pictures. Are there other things that we might have done with owned media, like, you know, websites and stuff?
Yeah, so what we had kind of talked about was like potentially podcasting as well as another piece of owned media.
So you're comfortable with this blowing the whole budget on pictures, though? That's your proposal?
Well, it's not just pictures. I think a good example is this is for our social media channels. This is going to create a backbone of the content that we're creating. And so I don't see it as blowing the budget on this project.
Maybe a less contentious way of saying it is.
I think it's an effective use.
So, you know, so what are the opportunities we're going here? You mentioned podcasts. You know, is there anything?
So I think things we thought of was video, blog posts and podcasts. So the other potential vendors would be like written. So written copywriters, content creators to do stuff on the website that's written, and that doesn't mean we can't still provide written works to accompany the photo and video assets that we're creating. It might just be covered under through a native advertising piece that love.
Okay, so there's flexibility within the budget to do some of these other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then I should note, so the total of the 3 bids is $40,500 greater than the $30,000 budgeted. And so we have been cleared by Chris to cover those costs from a different account. Stephen? Just wanted to add one thing. Acquire is a curious word in some of the contracts, and we'll want to be very cautious on this. On Mark Finley's contract, I personally love it because it says that ownership rights, we will retain the ownership rights to be the sole and exclusive owner of all the work that he does. And so that's awesome. Some of the vendors, I've reviewed all the contracts for August. Some of the vendors want differing levels of copyright continuation. They might want the ability to utilize it not only with the county, but with other projects as well. So when these contracts come to you folks, I think that's an important point because you get the rights to utilize this in perpetuity. And that's really important. That's one of the things that I really liked with Mr. Finley in the contract as well. And that's in number 7 if people are really excited. Yeah, and I should say that we haven't had an opportunity to do the second phase of review with those other vendors. So I'm not aware of if they would be amenable to those new changes or not. And I don't want to characterize them as being that those are the terms, the only terms, because we haven't had that conversation.
Kevin?
I move to approve a $26,500 contract with Finley Holiday Film Corporation for new videography assets.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Hedin. Further discussion. So these are basically for these will be owned by Grant County, and therefore they're basically for a library of media that we can use.
Yeah, it's kind of a multi-purpose project. Part of it will be used for flexible for anything we want at any time. We put a video ad together in 5 years as part of our library.
Right.
The primary focus right now is to refresh that and also to ensure that our social media, our website, everything that has media content on it is continued to be updated.
Fresh, updated, right.
Supporting our
it said these conceivably will be around and usable for the next 5 to 10 years or whatever, right?
Or until the Camelback designs.
Yeah. Right.
Which is what we're finding now. Exactly.
Yeah, things are obviously out of date. Yeah. Right. Any other discussion or comments on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, guys. On to agenda item 9, $75,000 in funds for Moab Community Childcare, MMC, August.
Yeah, all right, keep chugging along. So, Ben did a really good job of describing this in his background, so I might just read that directly, if that's all right.
Great.
In early 2022, the Economic Development Department and the Economic Development Advisory Board held roundtable discussions to assess the affordability and availability of childcare within the context of regional economic health. Data and anecdotal evidence helped the Economic Development Department and the Economic Development Advisory Board quickly determine that childcare is a pillar of Grand County's current and future economy, and that this pillar was in need of innovative support. Department staff and board members worked closely with Moab's childcare providers as a whole to ascertain their needs and measure the market failure of childcare in Grand County. Using this information, Moab Community Childcare formulated a grant proposal and was awarded $100,000 from Grand County's Rural County Grant Part A Fiscal Year 2022 funds. Moab Community Childcare has utilized these funds to create new childcare support spots while supporting existing providers. Measures of their success can be found in the 3rd and 4th quarter impact reports included as attachments C and D in this agenda item's proposed grant contract. Moab Community Childcare's current grant proposal explains how, if awarded, the organization will bolster its high successful Helping Hands program, as well as initiate an employer-supported childcare program that aims to directly support struggling workforce, childcare providers, and employers. The proposal for funding is included as attachment B in this item of the grant contract. There's a little bit of background that I think is useful for the Rural County Grant and what it is, to make sure that people are aware. I think the board probably is aware at this point, but I'll go through this as well. Just making sure that this isn't tax revenues that's being spent. Formerly called the Rural County Grant Part A, the Rural County Grant is a program administered annually by the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. The program provides up to $200,000 in economic development funds to qualified counties.
Are you proposing to read the entire agenda summary?
I suppose I got questions before this meeting asking what Rural County Grant funds were and where this was coming from. So I'm happy to read it. I can also not. Yeah, I can high level. Rural County Grant was created 2 years ago. State funds given to the community, overseen by the Economic Development Board. We apply every year, report every year. We say what the board puts together, basically a funding proposal. And in this last round, we requested $75,000 for childcare support. And in a roundabout way, this grant is the fulfillment of what we asked the state for, if that makes sense. And so at the last meeting in March, the board reviewed this most recent proposal and unanimously recommended funding as outlined here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Phil, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I'm curious, this is not any of the TRT money whatsoever funding this or the grant program that we ran previously. I have received calls as well on this, considering, and just for disclosure, I know Mr. Walker, we've been friends for a long time. I've supported his childcare thing from when he started it, so I'm not against it.
Sure.
But I do have people that have questioned it, being as he took a grant while he was on that previous board, and that's what was brought to me. So they just want to know.
Yeah,
they wanted disclosure on where this was coming from. And what
that was the question I got too.
Yeah, and there was conflicts of interest were disclosed when he served on the board at the time. He's no longer a member of the board, and this recommendation was made by a board of which he's not part.
Yeah, and it was in relation to the TRT that I was contacted.
Yeah, and so this is not funded in any way by TRT.
Great, thanks for clarifying. Stephen, did you have something to say?
Was this advertised publicly, and was there any outreach to any other organizations that potentially could have qualified for it?
That's a great question. The way that this board moved forward with this was, in the first place, we spoke to every member of the childcare community. And so I think it's maybe useful to frame, I guess the short answer is not really. And the long answer is there's no one else that does this work in the community. And what we thought initially was that the assumption of the board was, how do we increase supply of childcare in the region? Business in a box model, referral style, just increase the number of businesses that are out there. And as mentioned, we did this roundtable, and then I think maybe Rob answering some of these questions would be useful too. We did this roundtable with basically every provider in the region. And what we got in response was, was we don't actually have the supports to keep our businesses running. We're burning out. We're about to fall apart. So we don't necessarily, I'm not going to recommend my friend open this business because I don't feel really supported in this thing. And so the way that this is primarily supporting is actually less via, here's a grant, open slots. This is primarily Moab Community Childcare being basically a nonprofit serving the entire service provider childcare industry locally, filling in the gaps and enhancing service across the board. But from like a procurement standpoint, it's maybe the question is coming from.
Yeah, and that's what I want to get at. My question is, I want to make sure that the county, and that's why I'm asking you on behalf of the county, did we do the outreach and roundtables with them, inquiring, does somebody provide this? But if other people were informed, and if the answer is no, that's fine. I just want to kind of know that direction from the county standpoint of what we did to, kind of see if there was other individuals this theoretically could have gone to, because the perception is he was on the board, had that opportunity. So
sure. Yeah, so the process was that this was brought on the agenda by the chair. So that, it doesn't preclude some future process if the county wanted to spread the net further and see if there were any interest.
Thank you. Any other discussion or question for Rob or August?
Can I just also want to clarify just on that?
Yeah, sure, Rob.
Yeah. We work with 8 locations in town. We support them with this Helping Hands program. That represents 2/3 of kids enrolled in full-time childcare in Moab. It would be even higher, but Head Start has issues with like the funding. We don't work with them. We also support some part-time providers, including Beacon, with their HMK program. And we're looking at expanding to work with Grant Preschool, as well as expand some hours at some other locations. So in terms of, I'm not going to speak to like the procedural things, but in terms of, if they decide to allocate money to childcare, I mean, we are working with all the, essentially majority of all the providers. And so the money that goes for this program goes to providing mostly subsidized staffing assistance for them. So it's sort of in some ways a roundabout way of, instead of just giving them a handout, which they might not be able to do anything with a handout, because you can't just magically hire staff with a little bit extra money. We'll kind of make that happen. So, and then just to be clear, I received no compensation from Moab Community Childcare and no plans to.
Great, thank you. Yes, Bill?
Yeah, and I didn't mean in any way to disparage what Rob's doing. I think it's great. I participated with him from day one as not just a contractor, but somebody who helped him get off the ground with donation and stuff as far as work. So I support what he's doing, but I also wanted to just be real clear that there were people questioning it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add it in the proposal that I wrote to the Economic Development Advisory Board. The main theme was, and I believe, is that spending money on childcare for our organization is a highly effective way to increase economic development. So that was the pitch that I made, and that was why I think they decided to allocate money to the childcare issue.
Great. Kevin?
Thank you. Someone else, maybe one of you guys wants to make.
And by the way, Kevin, I really like your ribbing of August. I appreciate it.
You didn't do it?
I'll do it. I move to approve an award of $75,000 to Moab Community Childcare from Grand County's Rural County Grant Fiscal Year 2023 Award.
Thanks, Trish. Second?
I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Hedin and a second by Commissioner Winfield. Further discussion or questions for these gentlemen? Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. All right, August is still with us for the next couple of items.
I might ask to grab my water bottle.
Okay, you may.
And see, can we bring Brian up for this item? That would be. That's right.
Yeah, I think that's.
See the highlights that just.
Sure.
Yeah. Question. General manager.
All right. All right, this is item number 10, Grand County Commissioner appointment to the Red Cliffs Foundation Board. Again, August Granith and Brian Hunnings.
All right, so I'll do a super quick highlight and Brian can fill in what I missed. But basically, Red Cliff Foundation is a new nonprofit in our area that aims to support local arts, artists, and related organizations through scholarships and other activities. As we were involved early on and kind of potential ways of collaboration between the county and the foundation for several projects, one of which we'll discuss later. It was kind of requested of the foundation that the county have a seat on the board. It's nonprofit, or the nonprofit is now incorporated in the state, to my knowledge, and they need to hold their first meeting, basically ratify that they exist so that they can submit for federal incorporation and recognition. And so, kind of regardless of what happens with later discussion item as pertains to Grant County's engagement with the foundation, in order to ensure the foundation moves forward with everything that they need to do procedurally, who's the county to appoint that commissioner. And in discussions, Commissioner Winfield volunteered to serve in this role, but it's up to you guys. So did I miss anything important? No, you got it. Okay, who wants to join?
How many total members of the board are there?
Right now, in the bylaws, it says 7 to 9.
Great. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
And are you interested in being on the board?
Well, I volunteered. Yes, I'm interested. And just because I've been working ongoing with the film commission thing, and it came up in the middle of that.
And is anyone else?
Yeah, I'm personally not. I'll be.
Can I make a motion then? Or?
Okay.
Okay, so I move to appoint Bill Winfield to represent Grant County Commission on the Red Cliffs Foundation Board.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McCurdy to appoint Commissioner Winfield to the Red Cliffs Foundation Board. Any further discussion? And then, so for admin, would this be added to our general list of commission assignments, et cetera? Right, great.
Another assignment.
What also I was going to ask you, what is the term of the board member?
At large.
But the term, is it like a 2-year term, a 4-year term until?
We're looking at 2-year terms, and then there's also a bylaw that's going to have basically someone who has 60% of the meetings.
Yeah, right.
But typically when we have a commission representative board, it's a 1-year term that's reviewed at the beginning of each year.
Right, we can decide amongst ourselves if there's somebody else who would want to. That's yeah.
It's written in the bylaws that any board. Sorry, do I?
You'd have to. Yeah.
Right here. Please. The online folks to hear. So Elise Parks is our director of music, and also did all the legwork of the foundation as well.
So it's already been written into our bylaws that as we've kind of drafted it, the board of directors would be majority composed of individuals that represent either Red Cliffs Lodge or our management company, Western States. The other 2 seats that have been made available to community members, including members of the commission, we have set those terms to 1 year. But any representative from Red Cliffs or Western States has a 3-year term.
Would it make sense to have this first term be either 8 months or 20 months, or just so that it comes up at the end of the year when
time as the rest of it.
Yeah.
There's certainly room in the bylaws for those sorts of exceptions to be made. So we could absolutely shorten that time for the current.
Okay, so I mean, is it? I just want to clarify that my motion was for the remainder of this year. Is that
sounds good? Yeah.
Great. Also, if I just make point of order, just to clarify, right? We still have to hold our board meeting. So my understanding is that this motion is to nominate someone who will then be voted on to attend our board, right? This is not Exactly, right? Just making sure we're all on the same page with how the procedures work on this. So
Yeah, so this is just the commission saying that we want Bill to represent us for the next 8 months, but it's up to you guys to actually put him on the board.
yes, thank you for speaking English where I'm not.
Okay, I think we're clear. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I have a motion on the table to appoint Bill or to recommend Bill to the board. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 11, updating the Southeast Utah Association of Local Governments Community Economic Development Strategy. That's the CEDS SWOT analysis, SWOT. I forget what that acronym is. Great. Got it. Thanks. August and Chris and Ben.
So, the ALG is in the process of updating their community economic development. What is it? Strategy? Yeah. Okay. So the last time I think they updated this, it's probably 6 or 7 years ago. And what they're mostly it's a regional plan, but there are some components that are county specific, and the SWOT analysis is specific to counties. And so they've asked us to update our SWOT analysis. Ben and I quickly put something together, which I think is in the packet, as just a starting point. You can either choose to accept those changes or start over or whatever you want. But Ben and I did meet with the ALG and went over this stuff. They just want to finalize the SWOT analysis so they can move forward with updating this CEDS.
So how might this make a difference in the future? Is it really important to get this right, or should we not waste time in the meeting over the details?
The primary use of the SEDS is it's required by the EDA, that's the Economic Development Administration, of which the AOG facilitates the EDA programs in our region. And so basically you have to do this. It's kind of a checkpoint from the EDA's perspective, but the AOG locally is trying to do this so it's not just a check mark. However, I don't know if the Grand County SWOT in particular is going to make or break the value to us. Ideally, making sure there's nothing clearly wrong in it. And I think that Ben and Chris have done a good job of clarifying some things that are maybe questionable.
And we're in the process. We've got an RFP out right now for economic development planning process. So Grand County is going to go through a much more comprehensive economic development planning process than this with a consultant. And so this is specific to the ALG's CEDS.
Great. Bill, you had your hand?
The only thing that I see on here that the public land degradation, I mean, it seems like that's a political statement we're making here on your strengths and weaknesses. Does that need to be there?
For the public who can't see it, what is it? What section is that under right now?
It's not on the final one.
It's on the second attachment that you have. It's on the weaknesses.
It's a proposed response, noise, traffic, public land degradation. I think that was a way of just us trying to capture in a bullet for when we presented what common quality of life issues are presented. So it's absolutely your body's decision if you'd like to include that or strike that. That's just something that we proposed to sort of catch. Was that over? Yeah, that's a proposed one.
It's the green. It's in the green, isn't it?
Wouldn't be a strength, would it?
I think there's some things that might be political in the other direction. It kind of balances out a bit, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, we actually do have a lot of metrics, BLM, Forest Service, et cetera, showing actual degradation of public lands. It's a factual statement.
Right. Yeah, the one that's sorry. I mean, to me, but again, I saw that it was backed up when I see, as a weakness, K-12 education, that, hurts my heart a little bit. And, Mary and I are both public school educators, but I do understand that, you know, our high school graduation rates are falling and I wouldn't say that that's a, you know, part of the school district. I think there's a lot of factors behind that. So, you know, I saw that larger kind of piece to that. So.
And I would just say, so, when we originally presented this, that falling high school graduation rates, semicolon postgraduate retention.
Yeah.
That was sort of a supplement of that K-12 education. That K-12 education was not very clear. So our idea was maybe to replace K-12 education with that falling high school graduation.
Yeah, I would, because that is
because it wasn't there.
Right, yeah.
So one of these under threats, the old, you know, in yellow, so from the previous one, you have cost-effective tourism. I have no idea what that means and how it's a threat.
So let's see.
Like, is it budget tourists are not going to cough up enough money?
Well, that is actually something that I've heard several guides outfitter companies is that they feel like the cost of staying in Moab is becoming scary. And that's potentially impacting their client base.
So that's what cost-effective tourism means, is expensive hotels, or which is already in there.
I mean, if you want to, sometimes these SWOT analyses, it's hard to get the verbs right, matching with all of the titles. The threat would be cost ineffective.
Right.
Cost of doing business, right?
Yeah.
Expense, you know, it's.
Okay, but in that case, so that's cost of doing business, because another thing we have there is increased cost of lodging, and I can see how that would be a threat if you're trying to hold a convention here or something. But if you own a hotel, that's a sign of robustness, right? If you can charge a lot more. So
Well, sort of. Yeah, I think some of these are old. You know, I think the green ones were there originally.
No, the greens are.
Peach is old. Yellow is flagged as questionable from the old one. So those would be perhaps suggested to be stricken. Green is being suggested to be added.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you know, like Ben and I brainstormed this in like an hour.
Right.
So don't take it like, you know, it's possible.
Right.
We just came up with something real fast because we had a meeting that we needed to attend to address this subject. But it's ultimately up to the commission to, you know, decide on SWOT analysis.
Well, so the impression I've gotten from you is that is maybe not the most effective use of our time to really get this through the third and fourth drafts and make it perfect.
I don't think so. I mean, unless there's something glaring or serious. You know,
So I do have just one suggestion, you know, which is under weaknesses, something that comes up a lot. I call it lack of transportation options, but it's the fact, you know, we're not on an interstate. We don't have a big airport. And I think when you talk about new businesses locating in Moab, that's usually one of the first things that comes up. So it might be worth putting that or something like that in there.
Isolation.
Who wants to take that?
Yeah, can you just, sorry, phrase that in like
Lack of transportation options.
Mike has had his hand up as well.
I definitely recommend removing workforce as one of our strengths. And adding, well, we do not have an increased labor force as another yellow mark over there.
That's a threat.
Diminishing daily.
That's a threat.
Yeah. But if you're taking notes, please.
So you're agreeing that those should be struck?
Yeah, should be struck.
Yeah, we highlighted those because it was unclear what it was.
Right, and that yellow
We
means
can
that
all-
they flagged them.
I think we can all say the workforce we do have strength, but the
Lack of workforce. Yeah,
sheer numbers. Yeah,
absolutely.
So I mean, I will resist the temptation to nitpick this and say I you know, with the one addition that I just mentioned, I support striking the yellow things and keeping the peach things and adding the green things. So which I think is your proposal.
good color now. Good line.
Just one question, Chris, were you suggesting that you'd like to see K through 12 education replaced with falling high school graduation?
I would like to see that. Mary, do you have a comment on that? I mean, I definitely, because to me, that kind of is the overall product, you know, if we have concerns earlier on.
Certainly K through 12 education.
Yeah. I would like to see that. Yeah, falling graduation rates are huge.
One thing, if it might have, I mean, again, if we're trying to draw new businesses to the area, are we going to say, hey, we've got like, the best schools in the country, that I think we probably don't, no offense to you teachers. And okay, there we go.
Not compared to college.
Yeah.
They got that data that they're pulling it from somewhere, so they might be using like the sharp data, which is
right. That's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that Zach, was the last person to build this that much. I mean,
yeah, I would like that.
but it's interesting when, there's been a handful of businesses that have been interested in Grant County in the past. And they don't ask the questions that you would think, they don't ask about industrial type questions. They ask them, what's the school system like? What's the workforce like? What's the education, post secondary education, all these kind of things. So yeah, all these what we would consider quality of life issues are actually also economic development issues.
Right, so should I make a motion? That'd be awesome, yeah, or please.
Can I just reiterate everything I think I got for?
Okay.
So I have to remove from strengths workforce and to remove the increased labor force, which is under threats.
Yeah.
And then I also have from Trish to replace K through 12 education with the elaborated bullet below it, falling high school graduation rates, postgraduate retention, add lack of transportation options. And that was a weakness.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay. And then I had like a general strike the yellow, keep the green otherwise.
Yeah, so the only yellow that you haven't already mentioned is this increased, under opportunities is increased opportunities in Moab, which I don't know what that means. Yeah.
That's why we highlighted.
Okay. Mary?
I don't know how we could put this, but I think one of the threats that we are dealing with is that we really don't have a lot of say in what is part of this valley because of the difference in planning and zoning between Grand County and San Juan County.
They had something like that, did they not? I thought they.
Did I miss it?
Under weaknesses, there's regional collaboration.
Right.
Oh, okay, I was
And
thinking.
maybe that's what it means.
Okay, I was looking
Yeah.
at threats. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so okay, Kevin, can I just make the motion that we adopt, I think what was recommended here, once one understands the color coding with the addition of, lack of transportation options as a weakness.
And the removal of K through 12.
Oh, yeah, and that one, and striking K through 12 education. Okay, thanks, Kevin. And then everything else is according to the colors. So.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McGann. Further discussion on this. All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you guys. Yeah, that was all right, moving on to item number 12, ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 472 and establishing a process for adapting and amending bylaws. Mallory.
Yes, so a few of us met and Alicia very kindly did all of the hard work for board appointments and bylaws. So this is also tied into the next item. So for the ordinance, I think everything is in there that we talked about and that it is okay, but getting into the next item, we did have a comment come in about special service districts and the section pertaining to compensation, and some special service districts do pay. So we were asked to remove that, and talking about these items, like maybe we don't need to rush it and these could both be postponed, but using this opportunity to talk through them and see what you all think. So maybe we could start with the item we're on and the ordinance.
All right, great. Do you want to speak to that, Stephen?
And so what we've done is we've gone through, there's been a couple items or times that boards have come up and we've had questions about like appointments where maybe a less versed group of volunteers come through and they get nervous or shy about picking appointments. We put in a mechanism with Commissioner Walker's input to allow in those circumstances the commission to go forward and kind of appoint themselves and pick themselves. We've also kind of cleaned up language, and the goal is to kind of have a uniform bylaws so that we know at the end of the year we can reach out to the board chairs and say, hey, look, you guys have people whose terms are going to lapse. Do they want to stay on? And if they want to stay on, they need to shoot in a written statement saying, I want to stay on. I'm going to put my hat in or my name in the hat, or I'm going to continue on, or they're going to say, no, I don't want to. And then in the very first quarter, we'll kind of clean up and get appointments done. So everything's kind of streamlined, because right now we have a lot of different boards with a lot of different requirements. And so that's what the intent was. And then somebody did reach out, and then we're going to have to make some adjustments, but we want this opportunity to put it before you. I know Commissioner Walker was in all the meetings with us and we've gone through it painstakingly, but if there are questions that you guys have, we can try to answer them, but that's what the goal is. And that's why you're seeing it.
Mary.
I just want a clarification. So are we discussing both
items number 12 and 13?
12 and 13 right now?
We could just do 12 quickly.
Sure. I think so. I think doing 12 first would be prudent. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, it does sound nice to have all the boards on the same kind of level playing field. So we all are on so many boards. It's weird going from one to another where they have different rules, and it's a little bit confusing. So yeah. Okay, so do you think it would be good to pass 12 and then go on to 13 and maybe postpone that one once we've had a discussion? Or
13 is the one that seems to have questions.
Right.
12 seems pretty straightforward.
What do you think, Stephen?
Yeah, I think we could do it either way. Maybe keep them together. I don't know. It depends on what comm admin wants to do.
Yeah, you could just keep them together next time. So we tie them together.
Have them both in there. Okay. And then, so you're recommending postponing number. Okay. Anyone want to
next meeting
make that motion?
12 and 13.
People have discussion, unless people have discussion points that they're dying to.
I'd probably postpone 12, and then we can discuss 13 and postpone that afterwards. That seems like
okay. So I'll move to postpone item 12.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion postponed by Commissioner Walker, second by Commissioner Hedin. Any further discussion on postponing? And I believe we'll just tweak these together and then bring this back at our next meeting, probably. Okay. All in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. All right, item number 13, resolution repealing and replacing resolution 3184 and approving the board appointment process and requirements. Again, to Mallory and Stephen, probably.
Again, I've kind of comboed my comments on both of them. This is more nuanced, going through making strikeouts and specifically labeling things that we want to see. As we were alerted to, we're going to need to make some changes to special service district boards and local boards. So it's part and parcel of the same.
I did have a question about this too. As far as boards go, I'm on two county advisory boards, the Motorized Trail Committee and Trail Mix, where members of the public are able to vote as a board member at the meetings if they've been in attendance at 3 of the previous 5 meetings.
Yeah, the housing task force is that way too.
And also I'm on the HPC, the Historical Preservation Committee, and we've had discussions as to whether to adapt a similar paradigm for that board as well. So that makes things a little bit different with those boards. And I know the Trail Mix board has had that kind of structure going way back when I was participating in Trail Mix back in the late aughts. They had a similar.
I would personally say it's a really bad idea to kind of go off the course with these, because then you're putting more onto the volunteers or staff to try and track of like, okay, what was the vote this time? Okay, who's here? Who can vote on this? So my personal thing would be to keep it as clean as possible and not to come up with different structures.
My impression is that in trail mix, at least, it's long established and the people on the board like it and think it's working.
It is absolutely.
Historical.
The HPC.
I wouldn't recommend changing anything to more of a
inclusive, yeah.
Okay, but I mean, maybe we want to add some exception, so these apply to all boards, with the following 3 exceptions or something like that.
I think it puts more, it puts more obligation to make sure whoever's the secretary or the admin that's typing up
and the chair.
And the chair to track attendance.
Yeah.
And I think that what they're dealing with likely are important things, but they're not, life.
It's an advisory board, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it is really helpful in keeping the public interested and participating in those boards. I've been involved in trail mix forever, and it's nice. I think it would be kind of a shame if trail mix kind of fell off out of that.
Yeah,
structure.
if it's something that's what you guys want to keep, we can make exceptions to it. I mean, the default for admin and for the attorney, we like the clean, simple things where it's like, who's voting? And then it says, oh, the last people that attended the last 3 meetings. And then it's like, well, who was that? And then we have to go find the attendance rolls. And
so for those 2 boards in particular, I personally would prefer to keep that structure. The MTC was kind of, when they adopted their bylaws, they were based on trail mix, just in a motorized context. But anyway, I thought I'd bring that up.
What would the MTC historical preservation?
No. So the MTC and trail mix currently have that structure. So the historical.
So does the housing task force.
But they're not a county board. Like these are under the county.
Yeah, these are certain
task forces.
No.
And why do we have it on our list of boards we go to?
Well, there's a liaison assigned, but it's not like
similar to the red.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
So we have the trail mix
and the motorized trail committee, and then I bring up the HPC because we have at the last meeting we discussed expanding the board because there were some very qualified and interesting people who were interested in some of those board positions. I don't know if you recall, but we did appoint 3 people, and then someone else came up that looked like they'd be very, make a lot of contribution to that board. And so the board is discussing different options, and that option was just kicked around. It has not been adopted yet. It was just discussed.
And I think where that also gets complicated is people tracking the terms, and I personally think as you can keep it.
Yeah, and the HPC does have terms on theirs. It's a little different. Trail committee and motorized trail mix and motorized trail committee. They kind of do. They vote for a president and a vice president, secretary, etc. But then they also have their representatives of the various communities, like the trail runners, the climbers, the mountain bikers, etc. And those are established each year.
The only concern is I always think nightmare scenarios. That's how my brain works. So if you had 20 people that were really tremendously bored and they came to your meeting for 3 meetings, then there they go. Those 20 can outvote you on everything. Now, do I think that that's likely to happen in the historical preservation committee? Probably not. But that's something that could be very terrifying for a number of people in that. So just we can kind of workshop or not. We can kind of brainstorm on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move to postpone agenda item 13 until a future meeting.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner McCurdy to postpone. Any further discussion here? Yes, Bill.
I'm guessing we'll be able to discuss this again in the future, being as it's postponed.
Right, I would assume that it'll be tweaked and then it'll come back to us, and then and obviously before we vote on it, we can continue to discuss.
But if you've got feedback, it'd be good to have it now because we're gonna.
Compensation one I think is important. I don't think
we
want county boards that compensate people for attending. I know what Mr. Jones was trying to do there to separate out the
SSDs, right?
And I understand that, but I wouldn't want to lose that in the shuffle here. It's
So you mean just make some narrow exceptions, but keep it for most county boards? Is that what you're
so it just separates it from the SSDs, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's all. I just on a regular board, I wouldn't I'm gonna start a compensation.
Right, Mary?
Okay.
But I know the city compensates their planning commission. So far, we've never had problems getting people to be on our planning commission, but the planning commission is a huge job. I mean, they have 2 meetings a month. If they're doing their job, they're going out between meetings, they're going to different sites and looking at them and making sure they're, you know, what they want. That hasn't come up, but I think I see that board as being in the future, perhaps one that would want to have a small compensation for. And the state has real rigorous rules on how much a person can get compensated if they're on a board or a district or anything. And it's so minimal that no one's going to join a board to get that compensation. It would just might make it so that more boards could be more diverse, because it would allow people who have to get daycare or something of that nature to maybe have that little extra change to make them feel like, okay, I can afford this.
I think it opens a can of worms.
I don't think it'll happen much, if at all.
So my recommendation is that we not try to do too much in these ordinances, and that we just leave the status quo as best we can in terms of compensation, which I think means in most cases people don't get compensated, and then there's special, some places where we have to make an exception, we do. And if we want to have a separate conversation later about compensating the planning commission, we would do that.
Well, I'm not saying we would. I just know why the city does. Right. And just looking at why the city does it, I see the same issues around ours.
Mike, you had your hand raised.
Good.
Okay. Awesome.
I'll just add one more note. If you guys, and I know this is it's not as exciting, but these are really great if we can get these streamlined. And so if there are comments or thoughts that you guys have, I'd encourage you to reach out to us, because we will have to kind of tweak and go through it. So don't hesitate to reach out to us and say, hey, I didn't like this, or I didn't understand this. Because Kevin and Mallory and Alicia and Gwen and I, we spent, some time going through it and playing with language and everything.
Definitely appreciate the effort. I think it'll be an improvement. Yeah. Okay.
You had a motion. You don't
have
a second yet.
No, I believe Mike seconded. Yeah. Kevin made the motion and Mike seconded. So barring further discussion, call for a vote. All those in favor of postponing? And that passes unanimously. All right, awesome. We're now to our consent agenda. And I will read off the consent agenda. Item A, printing of Sand Flats brochures. Item B, voluntary appointment to the Grand County Recreation Special Service District Board. Ratification of request for additional funding for emergency watershed protection projects. Item C or D, ratification of the 2023 letter of support for Tread Lightly's off-highway vehicle recreation grant application. Item E, ratification of the state of Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration, SITLA, regarding special use lease agreement 606 for I-70 billboard near Crescent Junction. And item F, letter of support for rim-to-rim restoration. I trust everyone's had a chance to look at these. Quinn?
Yes.
Andrea did note that the PDFs and brochures from Sand Flats are a little wonky in the package. Those will not be the ones that are printed.
I move to accept this consent agenda as read.
Thank you. All right, got a motion to approve consent agenda from Commissioner McGann, a second by Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Awesome. We are on to our discussion items, and our first discussion item is consideration of a path forward for Grand County's support of the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission. And for this one, we have August as well as Bill, Commissioner Winfield, Biga Metzner. Is Virginia here? She's online. Okay, awesome. And Brian. And I just wanted, before we get into this discussion, I just wanted to say that this is a great discussion. I'm glad we're having it, but I'd like to just keep it to the position and try to not make it a referendum on personalities or specific people, but to keep it to the straight and narrow and just discuss the film commission as a commission. And yeah, I think that's all I need to say there.
Well, Bill sponsored the agenda item, so do you want to start? You can start for that, whatever you want.
I don't mind starting. I want to just see something happen. And as I think everybody does. So if we can go through all of that and lay out the two different options so that I believe we want to come back and vote on something at a future, is that the way I understand it?
That's the way I understand it too. Yeah, this is a discussion and not an action item. So it's kind of giving staff like
so we'll come back with a couple of options in the future to vote on. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So if we can discuss those two options, August, if you want, and Biga and anywhere, I'll interject. I've met with multiple people regarding this. There's people one way, there's people another way. Let's see what we can do to just get those options on the table to be voted on.
Okay, sounds
good. Thank you.
What is the appetite for going over the background? I put a lot in there. I tried to cover what has happened contextually. I can read it. I can
Maybe just paraphrase it,
yes,
if you don't mind, if that's okay. Yeah, that's
sure.
Great.
Yeah, so at a high level, we're talking about the monument to Moab. Moab is a Monument Valley Film Commission, founded in 1949, considered to be the longest operating film commission in the world. The quick background is it started as an independent entity, changed forms over time, was at the city declined to fund it. County picked it up in January 2022. Then it became part of my office, the Economic Development Department. It was funded for 2022 and 2023. Total program funds $150,000. It competes with other recreation-based programs out of that recreation film and conventions category of TRT. So it's currently funded. It has to basically, it is a zero-sum game within that funding category, which has pushed the county commission to basically have to decide between different priorities in terms of funding the film commission for certain amounts. Additional context is that during last year's legislative session, the state rural film incentive was passed, which really increased the amount of big productions, notably Horizon in our area, and I think highlighted kind of what the film commission could be doing if it had more resources, basically. Film commission, its primary job is a liaison between film production and our local community, connecting the film productions on the ground to the resources here and the industry here to work on those projects. It's a highly economic, it's a high economic driver to our area for various reasons, and also drives dollars that then create more TRT revenue for our community. Next year's really an important year because it's the 100th year of film in Utah at Golden's Lodge in Monument Valley. It's the 75th anniversary of the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission. And it's the 50th anniversary of the Utah Film Commission. So it's kind of an important time on this. And next year, it'll be a very important lobbying effort for rural communities that want to see film in their area to try to get the state to continue to support that film sector. We've received a lot of requests to increase funding to the Film Commission or Film Commission activities. Namely, in last year's prioritized list of expenditures from the Travel Council Board, requested that County Commission increase its funding to the Film Commission. And in the last year, Biga and myself and others have been, exploring what, obviously this kind of happened to us in many ways, kind of picking up the Film Commission, and wanting to explore what is the universe of options of how the Film Commission could be structured, where it could be located organizationally, and how to be best served in terms of who's contributing, who's managing, and as a community, are we getting the best out of this? And so last year, we heard that the Red Cliffs was exploring this foundation option. We started having conversations about maybe the foundation is a potential nonprofit, basically vehicle for the Film Commission to exist, be managed, and then to be contributed to from Grand County, San Juan County, Moab City, however they want to, with their own scope of work, own deliverables, own reporting requirements. So the Grand County gets anything that he wants, even if we're not managing. At the During the budget process last fall, that was discussed during the budget workshop. There was no explicit action from the commission, but there was kind of an implicit recommendation that staff move forward with exploring this option and come back with a formal agreement or an agreement in principle between the foundation and the county. And Red Cliffs has now incorporated that foundation, or is well along the ways of final incorporation, as we all know, and has been a really good partner in terms of kind of good faith having these conversations, or intending to and wanting to be a part of this process. And we're here today, more or less because of, as elected representatives turned over, staff has received input on the film commission, basically bringing this back to the county commission to get clear direction. What do we do at this point? So the high level questions, and then I'll kind of highlight what are the options or kind of the decision pathways. The high level is, should staff proceed? Well, I might actually skip the kind of questions part because it's not illustrative. The real two options are the highest level. Should we, as a county, does the county commission want staff to explore the possibility in any form of the film commission as an external entity that's funded in part by the county but not managed by the county? So whether that's at the Red Cliffs Foundation, whether that's in some other kind of nonprofit entity, sole proprietorship, whatever that looks like, that's kind of big bucket number one. So that's category one. Category two is resolving, basically to say, no, yeah, we definitely want it to be within the county, and then let's figure out how that works. So under kind of the possible path forward, that number one is external. Option B is looking at an agreement with Red Cliffs Foundation and basically directing staff to work with the foundation to figure out what would be an amenable agreement that both parties could hypothetically say yes to, and then we bring that back to the commission for approval. C would be basically explore what an independent entity could look like, even if it's not a part of the foundation. The D section is bringing an agreement back to the commission by the May 16th meeting. And then there's also, obviously, there's a lot of conversation about stakeholder engagement and ensuring that the film industry stakeholders locally are bought and on board with whatever solution. So in both one and two, external and internal, there's an option to direct staff to proceed with a local film industry stakeholder roundtable, facilitated by kind of a neutral but well-known and respected entity, which is the Utah Film Commission, who we have Virginia Pierce who directs the Film Commission. So that's kind of the high level lay of the land. And that's what I'll say. I'll leave it up to questions or what you guys, Brian, wants to.
I've got some more I'd like to add, but would you guys like to chime in first?
Thank you. That summary, well summarized. I'm just happy to be here sitting in front of you again, or not sitting again, but to be here. And I feel like the best path forward for the Film Commission is to have it go to Red Cliffs. That's my honest gut, heart, and mind opinion. I know that there's a lot of questions about other things, and
Why?
Why?
Yeah, can you give
Because I
us some?
feel like in order for the Film Commission to succeed and get the support that it needs, that something like Red Cliffs Foundation will be able to help with that through staffing, through money, through various means. Some of which were outlined in the proposal that was never able to be proposed, but it just feels like a good, happy place, and that it's some place where the Film Commission can move on, whether it's a certain person who's running the Film Commission now or someone else in the future, and bring it back to where it started, the history of film at Red Cliffs Foundation.
Brian, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I just talk about both. Obviously, Ambigo said, for us, this is more about economic development more than anything. We do have existing Moab Valley Museum, and basically the basement of the lodge is probably not the best representation of film in this area. One of the first things that we identified at the resort was we wanted to do that justice. And part of that was one of the things that you guys voted on today, which was the ribbon cutting. It's a little delayed because the soil is a little sandy and we have to kind of modify the plans where we may put it. But we are in the process of building, a $3.2 to a $4.1 million brand new movie museum to really do Grand County and this area the proper justice that it needs. Elise, who you spoke earlier, our commitment, we hired her to really come in and be the curator of everything about film. She's done an amazing job of really taking what is there and expounding upon it, and actually doing a lot of physical interviews with people who live and still here in Grand County that are part of film, no matter what part it is. And the goal is that we move that into the new building. Part of that building, though, it's not just a museum. The other part of it is actually going to be a theater that will be a 55-seat theater that will actually show the films that have been filmed here in Grand County. So we'll have rotating exhibits to the museum. There'll be several films that we will license and have the rights to show, and you can walk through, see the exhibits, and then go into the theater and actually see the film. We have a whole upstairs plan, which will actually be separate meeting rooms, additional meeting rooms, offices for staff in general. And then also one of the things that we want to do is provide an opportunity and a medium for all people to just come and be able to make a movie if you wanted to. And so there's going to be production facilities upstairs where you can edit, you can do sound design, you can shoot upstairs. And then the cool part about the theater is you can literally be able to tap in right into the theater and show something that you would normally see on your phone, or maybe you recorded it on your phone, and you'll be able to project it in the theater and see it on the big screen. Extrapolating on that, and seeing and how often filmmakers, when they come, they're shooting, they're seeing on small monitors. For the film commissioner to be able to be like, hey, we have this world-class facility, go out, shoot whatever you want, and then we can provide this for you free of charge. Come back and watch your dailies on a big screen so you can see how it's going to look. We feel is like one of the key things that for any film commissioner who is trying to attract film business, that's a major selling point that 99.9% of most film commissions would not be able to offer. So tie in the history, George White was the very first Moab Monument Valley Film Commission, Film Committee. That is the current site of Red Cliffs Lodge. So there's this historical narrative to kind of bring that back. And it's just an opportunity for us to have the foundation, which will oversee, obviously, the movie museum, but then we have a Live at Red Cliffs thing, which is for concerts and promotions and special events. But all of that is designed to fund the foundation, which is then designed solely to support the arts. There's lots of sports scholarships. There's not many art scholarships. And we really, really feel like, especially for the students in Grand County, having something that we can say, hey, our first goal is we want $10,000 scholarships give away to students. Anything above and beyond that will then be able to be divvied up amongst organizations to support the arts in general in Grand County.
And to be clear, that happens whether the film commission goes.
Whether the film commission happens or not, that is definitely.
Yeah, right, great.
So
I would, I'd love to hear from Virginia as well if she has anything to add.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I can't be there in person. I just wanted to maybe give a little insight as to what we as a state agency do and how we work with our regional partners. As a state agency, our role is really to promote the state as a location, to promote our crew and our vendors. We sit under the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, and we rely on film offices around the state to be our liaisons on the ground. So we have, we started out with just a few film ready locations, as we call them, our key areas. And now we've grown to about 25 liaisons around the state. And we use those people because they know what's happening on the ground, and they can help productions as they come in, find local places, and really expand the economic impact in your community. I will say in the past 5 years, we've seen, as August mentioned, quite a growth in the film industry. It's actually grown from $54 million per year to 143 million this past year. So it's been a little bit of kind of inherent growth, but also this rural film incentive has really kicked it into high gear. And so we're really needing those local partners on the ground. So, having a film commissioner in Moab is super important to us. And we know we definitely talk to Biga all the time. So, regardless of where it ends up, I would say, I just want to make sure that you all know that we definitely rely on our local partners a lot for this role.
Awesome. Thanks, Virginia. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Yes, Virginia, there is a reporting that is required by your office. Is that correct?
We do rely on, again, our local partners for data as well. It just helps us to tell our story.
Okay, thank you.
And then I believe, Bill, you had some things you wanted to say.
Yeah, I want to clarify a little bit about the two options in my mind. I believe that when we come back to vote, we need to vote, is this going to move to Red Cliff or not? I don't want to, there's not another option available on the table yet. So if out of respect for Red Cliff, if we choose not to send it to Red Cliff, then I think they're ready for a yes or no also. If the commission decides to keep it within the county, then I think we have a role also, which we need to then figure out a structure for it so that we can move it around a little bit and restructure where it sits. I've got my own opinions on how that should be, but it certainly needs to be reworked differently within our own county if it stays. The Red Cliffs option, or it stays in Grand County. If we want to look moving forward at a third option under some other umbrella, I don't think we should hold up a decision for Red Cliffs based off of that is one. And then I think to the economic side of this, we all know that it was a little bit of a down year last year economically for a lot of the businesses around town, and the money that not only Grand County received, but also San Juan was huge by having Horizon or several others. I don't know all of them. Biga could speak to that better than me. They made a big impact in this community on hotel rooms, restaurants, every aspect, to airplane travel at the airport. So we saw economic positive from what Virginia's speaking about also as the increase at the state level. We also saw that, and it helped us through a downturn. So I just want to make sure we look at all those pictures moving forward. If it does go to Red Cliff and we support that on the financial aspect, then I believe we have an obligation as commissioners to come up with some way of making sure that our tax dollars are spent wisely when it does go out there with whatever oversight or control we want. And there is a huge amount of people in this community that stretch way back further than Bill Winfield in the Film Commission. Not that I'm in the Film Commission, just in my time in Moab is what I meant. But at any rate, they need to be a part of this board moving forward so that it works for the community as well as for the Film Commission. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. Is the two-prong. We can iron out Grand County's portion of it without holding up Red Cliff if at that future date when we vote, it's to retain it here. But I see huge value in it being at either one of those places. I see that it's done already so much for our community. So if we're going to keep it here, let's get it ironed out and make it work positively. And if it's going out there, let's get it to where it can continue the impact that I feel already, and I'm sure others do as well.
Kevin, do you have your hand raised?
I was going to ask. Sorry, I was going to ask Virginia. You mentioned film commissions throughout the state, and I was curious what percentage of those were housed within local governments and what percentage were some kind of independent.
I was definitely curious about that also.
all of them are housed in some sort of, many of them are in CVBs. So Visit Ogden is an example where the staff works simultaneously on events and film. It's like that in Provo and a number of other places. So it's mostly within either city government or smaller community government or CVBs.
What is it? Can you define CDB?
Convention and Visitors Bureau, sorry. So the tourism arm.
You discover Moab in an Ogden scenario. Visit Ogden is technically a 501 that is independent of the government that's funded. So is Visit Park City. So often they're kind of independent.
Yeah, you're right. That is, you're right.
Whereas we're a part of the county government.
Yeah, right.
And the film offices though, correct? I mean, as like Association of Film Commissioner International members, there's the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission, 75 years next year, and the Utah Film Commission, and Park City is no longer, or was, the rest.
No, they're a film commission. So is Ogden.
Ogden is okay. AFCI.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know Kane County also has.
And Kane and Kelly Stoll, is in Kane County, and he is a contractor actually that works within the county government.
Yeah, but he's an independent entity that's
via
contract.
Okay, so then to summarize, it sounds like if we were to go forward with this Red Cliffs Foundation option, that might be a little bit unusual within the state of Utah, but not entirely unprecedented. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Appreciate it. So
I have a couple things. So Virginia, thank you. And I think it would help if you guys move forward with the roundtable, maybe to get all of those commissions and where they lie. The other thing that I think might help is budgets for those commissions, because, and I'll just state, and I know we don't need to get into this, but there's huge discrepancies between our budget and then the proposed budget and the ask from Grant County. There's a huge discrepancy. And the fact that it was only a year and a half ago or 2 years ago that we picked up Moab's portion of that budget. So Grant County has contributed quite a bit more than we were. And then now we're asking to add 100 more to that budget. So it would be great to get some ideas of what film commissions run on, just maybe some averages. I'm struggling with the numbers, obviously, but I think it's imperative to have those stakeholders, the local film industry, come to the table. I think I've had a lot of people coming to me for a long time. And so I would really like to see that, to engage the film industry.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's such a key component of this. And I was telling a couple of people within Moab, Bill included, that we have recently started a film alliance on the state level, and it's been a huge benefit to us. I really see the value of it. So I would highly encourage that.
Mike, I think you had your hand up.
Just a question for Virginia. How many other counties or film commissions within Utah have someone in a private enterprise or a nonprofit looking towards helping or assisting in promoting the areas? Are we alone in that, or?
I think August, you said, I think you're right that Visit Ogden and Visit Park City, those are technically nonprofits that work as the tourism arm for a city. Provo is also that way. Those are all with the film offices and film commissions are within those. So, it's a quasi-government entity, I would assume, because I think they're funded partly by the county, but technically you're right, it is a nonprofit. But I can get you a, breakdown of how those are set up.
Is your question, Mike, more like in this case, we're kind of getting an external support?
Yeah, no, really, I just want to know.
Want to be a partner to the county in this way rather than
I don't see anyone else, nonprofit or private industry, stepping up to help direct film commission across Utah.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe the question.
I'm actually happy about that. So.
Yeah, maybe the question is more, is there a precedent for private-public partnership?
Yes.
Across the state when it comes to film? And other
Yes,
places?
or someone, or previous guidelines that we could look towards or follow in our discussion going forward.
Thoughts on that, Virginia?
Yeah, I'm happy to do a little research about how other counties and cities are set up. They're their own entity, so I can see what they'll share with me. But I do think there is some precedent. I did see a pretty well laid out contract of a commission in California that is set up this way. And actually the state of Washington, their entire commission is a nonprofit that sits outside of government entities. So there is precedent. I think the biggest thing that you need to focus on though is just where in the future, setting up for future success and sustainability for the Film Commission, knowing that you need to have someone who's responsible for film because film is not going away. And you want someone to be able to take care of those people and create some, boundaries and guidelines for them. So where is that going to be set up for the most success? And I realize that's what you're looking for, and I'm happy to do some research to help you find that. But I would say, if you can try to see, not only what's going to make the most sense right now, but looking 5 years in the future when I'm assuming things are just going to grow, where is it going to make the most sense there?
Bill.
Yeah, just speaking to the numbers, I believe in August's proposal that he put together, he shared in one of the documents there that I think Grand County's been on the hook for about 82,000 is the average dollar amount. And then moving forward, if it were to go to Red Cliff, I believe in his proposal that we have in there of 100,000 a year. So the number is not the original one. I think that some of them.
Well, I can maybe clarify that and onto to Brian for the bits that I don't control. So during that budget workshop in November, we received a draft budget as long as the kind of a high level summary of the Red Cliff Foundation from Brian. They said this is a proposed budget for the Film Commission in addition to the entire foundation as it would be entirely incorporated. And in that context, the total budget request initially from Grand County was 240,000 a year, right? Which is the number.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. And the balance would be 250 from resort fees, if I'm not mistaken, or however you would pay that. It was a net loss technically there. And so the numbers that I put together, because I was asked to provide some historical precedents for Grand County's contribution. So I calculated the 2017-2021 5-year average contribution for the Film Commission when it was at the city, which was that number 82,000 approximately. And so given that number, given that we're currently funding it at about $150,000 a year all told, if Grand County long-term would, or for this next first year or whatever, contribute $100,000 to a Film Commission entity, that would be a fair, robust amount and kind of increasing upon our historical contributions in the absence of this kind of 2-year period we've been covering the whole thing. And then in tandem to that, saying that if Red Cliff's foundation were to not replace that additional 140,000 that they were originally requesting from us, the balance of the funds that the foundation was committing to was an additional 250,000 to our 100,000, meaning that the net total contribution and operating budget for the Film Commission, assuming they don't replace that 140, which Brian can speak to that more than me, would be a relatively dramatic 240% increase in resources for the Film Commission as a whole. So I don't know if you want to speak to kind of that budget.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it all started was when we were going through the foundation, we were like, well, what does the Film Commission need as a budget? And so our first question was, do you guys even have one? Right. And at that time, there wasn't really one. There was a proposal for one. And so I said, can we get a copy of that so we can at least build a base? And that is where that $240,000 came from. So all that we were concerned with was by asking, Biga, what do you need to do your job? And then where are your pain points? And for her, it was, I'd love to keep the production, up on the website, and I need almost like a full-time person to just keep everybody who wants to be a part in the community to make sure that they're listed so that we can update, because I'm constantly getting inundated with that. Okay, well, great. Well, how much does that cost for an admin position to put in there? Let's put it in there. So we all know across the playing field what it's going to cost to support the film commission. That's how that budget was developed. So it wasn't just us randomly being like, well, we need $250,000 to do it. It was, where are your pain points? Where do we need to grow? And how do we make this better for everybody? So that's how we developed it.
Well, that's why I think it would probably a better way to go about that is to find out what other film commissions are running on, right? To look at other budgets across the state, to me.
There were quotes given originally back when the idea of the film commission coming over to the Grand County as a whole were asked for, and I did some research and reached out to film commissions, not specifically in the state of Utah, but as a whole, because there now are over 300 film commissions, and obviously ones in other territories and other countries aren't as meaningful as ones within the United States of America. But there's more research to be done on that, but those comps did go out, and and then there are a handful of film offices that have one person running the entire thing. But they're also strapped, and it's difficult, especially when something like this area is, over the past 3 to 5 years has received over 500 film permits, and taking in phone calls, on a daily basis that are just inquiries alone, but those inquiries can lead to, days and weeks of time, not just a phone call. And so it's a capacity thing, but relative to the salary and the amount of hours that a film commissioner might work, it's a question of being compensated for that or not as well.
Right. I mean, just so you know, I'm concerned about the proposed budget for sure. So that's just.
So I had something to say about. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So, sorry, this is going to be too detailed, and I think we had this discussion before at a budget meeting. But I do, one question, probably the important question is, how much should local government be contributing toward film? And maybe it should be more than we've done historically. Maybe it should be less. But the easier question, the one we tend to focus on, is, well, how much have we been spending recently, and do we want to keep it roughly the same or increase and decrease? And so, and then in particular in the early years, if this arrangement were to go forward, I think the default assumption is we would continue to spend the same. I think the 5-year averages that you came up with, the $100,000 number, I think that's misleading, because I think it really makes more sense to focus on the combined Moab City, Grand County contribution over 5 years. And I think that's been relatively constant at around $150,000. So we switched it, the county took on the whole thing because we could use restricted funds, and Moab City was using, unrestricted funds, and it just made sense to do that. So I think treating that as a combined entity. So to me, if this were to go forward, the starting point for the discussion is that 150 number, not one of these lower things based on 5-year averages. That doesn't mean, maybe we should increase it, maybe we should decrease it. But so
nice to have a baseline anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. August, you were.
It is a TRT self-generating source, and the Utah Film Commission, having worked with, let's call it, one large incentivized program that was here last year, and it will be coming back again. Those audit numbers aren't in yet, so we can't. Those are numbers that can't be shared at this point. And I know it's data that is also an important aspect of things, but it is when you have 300 to 500 people staying in hotel rooms for 3 months in a row, and that is just one project, and then there's the other high level network television show and the other television series and all these things that are in town. It is generating.
Yeah, we certainly understand that. Yeah, you're right. August, you look like you had something to say.
All I was going to say is I think that getting too in the weeds on the numbers.
The numbers, right? I would totally agree with you. Yeah.
That's something that we just,
Explicitly clear, the foundation isn't asking Grant County for $240,000.
Thank you.
That's not the intent. The intent was, what number needs to be there, and let's figure out how to get there.
Right.
Whether that's through private or public support.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, and I think go ahead, Kevin. I was just gonna say, I think getting past the numbers discussion at this point would be.
Yeah, no, I guess I wanted to bring up, some more big picture things. I think the fundamental issue here is where, we've got something, the Film Commission, which has been, sort of a public governmental entity for many years, not forever, but for a while. And we're deciding, would it be better or worse, to make it more independent, make it part of some other foundation. One can imagine arguments both ways, maybe it can better flourish, outside, without having to deal with all the county bureaucracy, red tape. But I think also, that a lot of things should be public, our sheriff's department, that should be a public thing. I think a lot of what the county does should not be privatized or spun off to some foundation. I guess, the better analogy is, our economic development department, because I do think the way we think of film is primarily as economic development. I think this, the justification we give for the Film Commission, maybe there's a little bit of, fun things for people to do. You can be an extra, but I think most of the reason is economics. And so, we probably wouldn't want to spin off the whole economic development part. I think, the community as a whole should be deciding what kinds of industries we attract. But then on yet the other, I guess I was meant to preface this to say, I have an open mind about this. I don't really have a strong opinion. I just want us to go through a good process. But there are, there's the Chamber of Commerce, that does a lot of economic boosterism and things like that. It's completely separate from local government. One can think of other examples as well. So I think you can find precedent for doing it both ways, but I think it is a very important question, and we should think, just how would these things be different if, BIGA's boss were some foundation, basically Redcliffe Lodge, the majority of the board, rather than elected representatives of Grant County. I think there are both pluses and minuses to making that change, and we should, think carefully about it before proceeding.
I just want to say one thing is, there's a lot of speculation that Redcliffe is trying to puppet this. That's not the case at all. It's quite honestly the foundation. And the foundation, there's been no proposal that's been shared with anyone at this point. So no one knows what the oversight of the Film Commission would be within that foundation. It can be whatever all the public decides to be. So the foundation is just trying to do good in general and help drive economic diversity. And this misconception that it is being construed as to benefit Redcliffe is completely and entirely wrong. Okay. So we can make it whatever we want it to be collectively.
Yeah. And just because I was not suggesting that, Redcliffe is out to benefit itself with this, but there is just a structural point that, if there's a controversy within the community about what the Film Commission would be doing, right now that ultimately comes to the county commission. If we make this change, it ultimately comes to, this other nonprofit board. So,
but Stephen had his hand up for a point.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that, Commissioner Walker. We talked about contractual obligations and things that the county may want to see with Chris Baird and a couple other individuals, and met and discussed things that maybe benchmarks or community organized groups are asking them to have those kind of stop points or benchmarks for us to be able to determine whether it was good fit as well in the contract. And we could put things like that in the contract if that's something that the commission wanted, just providing options for the commission.
So you're saying would we still do have some amount of oversight or say in what goes on at the
we could contract for that, or we can.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean,
it's my understanding and my feeling that that the Film Commission, the Moab Film Commission, as an entity would basically remain the same, just with the support of the Red Cliff Foundation outside of it, as a Association of Film Commissioners International entity, as something, you know, there are things that film commissioners run by. There's to me, there's no epic changes. Nothing suddenly shifts and things suddenly go into like, there's no control of the film commission. It's literally the same entity just being under the support of.
Right, got it. Mary?
As far, I do think it's important that when we do the contract, or if we go this route and we decide to create an agreement, an MOU, a contract, that how the money that the county is spent, we have to be very explicit. We need to make sure that part of that obligation is to get the stuff that needs to be turned into the state done. And that would be easy to find out. It would be and other type stuff, and then have that part of their budget be very open and public. But most foundations have to be pretty much open and public. All foundations I've been involved in, the same transparency would apply. Yeah, so I don't know if that would be a real concern.
And that's one of the reasons, and I shot the commissioners an email on this, kind of saying the staff, myself, whoever does this, we need direction from the commission, because to engage in a contract and reach out to Red Cliffs and ask for specific things and to go down that road, if there's no support for that, it's utilizing a lot of staff energy and time for that particular use if only one commissioner wanted that. Now, if a good number of commissioners, 3 and maybe 4, wanted to do that particular thing, I think, from my office, I'd feel better about going through and giving you guys a contract and saying, hey, here are terms that we can negotiate on, and the county, however, through what means, through Chris Baird or through August or through whoever, how they negotiate that, then we can go back and forth. But for my position, I don't necessarily want to undertake that if that's not what the commission wants to do. And so that's kind of where we need eventually at a certain point. This is something that's going to be more complicated, that we can't just say, yeah, well, let's approve it, let's go. Instead, it has to be kind of a discussion, and if that's where the commission wants to go, that's kind of what I would love to see out of this conversation as well. And it may be too soon. So, Mary?
Well, for myself, we've been talking about it for quite a long time. This isn't like our first conversation. We've had them in different meetings and such, and historically, it started out as a private, as a nonprofit organization. It wasn't under county. That happened quite a few years ago under Ken Davey when he was the economic development director here. So I like the historical idea that it has been under a foundation in the past, and I think I would personally, if that's what you're hunting for, I would personally like to move forward in looking at how that would look and how that can come into fruition. I think it would be beneficial to the film commission, beneficial to the found and to the county to move in that type of direction.
Thanks, Mary. Nice to get the ball rolling on that.
That being said, if the other option is to stay at the county, how would we manipulate it to, I don't know. It seems like things aren't working well. Maybe if we want to move, so if we keep it, how do we make it better? Right. So I guess those are the two options, right?
Do we have that discussion tonight, or
No.
is that?
I don't think we have that discussion tonight. No, I think we just kind of.
Well, okay,
No,
I clarify what I'm hearing. In that, I'm hearing that the A option of directing staff to proceed with local film industry stakeholder roundtable to be facilitated by Utah Film Committee. I'm hearing no one saying we shouldn't do that.
Are you guys all good with that?
And so it seems like what's being, I just want to put like actual words onto what people are considering. Option 1, A, B, D, including basically directing a stakeholder roundtable, directing staff to consider developing an agreement or moving forward with an agreement, not saying that we approve the agreement, and then also saying we want to see this again on the 16th or whatever dates we want to see it back on. Seems to be like what is being straw poll referendum at the moment. I just want to make sure that.
Right, yeah.
Specifically what's being talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's important that we have some more robust, public comment to hear from more people before proceeding too far. So I think that was your 1A or something, but just want to make sure that was in there.
And I very much agree with Mary. I'm of a similar mind and looking at moving forward but with a good, robust system of accountability and checks and balances and all that. But yeah, that'd be my preference. So is this a good time to take like a real straw poll as to
We aren't voting on it.
we're not voting now, just kind of
Just like
general.
trying
to get
Do we want to have the round table? Do we want to look at moving it, what that would look like?
Yeah, so I think so far Mary and I have talked about potentially moving it, at least looking into moving it. Mike?
I would like to throw my hat in on potentially moving it. I agree. I'd like to know the little more direct path and put Stephen to work on that.
Nice.
Yes.
You're the same. And Trish, did I get that as well?
Yeah,
from you?
that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you get Stephen's name on there?
So understanding this fully, at this point, do you want me to draft a contract? No.
The first thing I would like is the roundtable of stakeholders. I think is step one to me.
And
public input.
And to Kevin's point, one of those stakeholders is the public of Moab, basically, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we've got various models for gathering public, we can have a bunch of people talk in this room. We can put out an online questionnaire. We can just invite people to see us in emails. We can do some combination of all of those. But I just want to, and we should probably, instead of just asking people cold, what do you think about this? We should, maybe have a little bit more discussion about, what the options are, just so we get our comments more informed. I just want to make sure, I don't have a firm opinion about whether it's better to move this or not, but if I am going to eventually support that or go against it, I just want to know what the public thinks. So great.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really great. The Film Commission has zero opposition to a stakeholders meeting of any kind. I think it would be really great for the public to be aware of what the actual proposal is before having a stakeholders meeting.
Correct.
Because it's already gone out knowledge into the community without anybody, like Brian's point, knowing what this is. So how can anybody have input on that? Right. There's on anything, when there is nothing that's been made public about this until this discussion right now. So it would be,
Yeah, so I agree that making sure that before we ask people's opinion, we make sure they're well informed is very important.
So I guess I would then clarification, what I would then consider is the drafting of a draft proposal with the guidelines that this is our first stab at it. Red Cliffs Foundation has looked at this, has given the seal of approval. Stephen thinks it's good in principle, and then take that kind of draft document to a kind of an informal roundtable. Make sure the film industry is there, make sure it's it's at the mark, people can come and check it out, and have 3 commissioners or whatever, and have that kind of a conversation that can be real, and then I think having a film commission state level facilitate that, so it's not it's kind of a neutral conversation, and that's it's managed.
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to. I don't know that we need to or would want to take contract terms and conditions and have people hash that out. I think more of like a
high level
summary.
scope of work.
How I would anticipate that it would move forward, probably not me, but probably ComAdmin or August would tell the stakeholders, hey, we're anticipating moving this. What are things that are important to the community members and important to the people that are in the industry? What do you want to see? And what concerns? Is that the direction that you guys want? And then we take that, we talk to you guys, we craft an agreement and go from there.
I guess I think some of the important details are, there's this foundation, but we're going to have a county commissioner on the board. the county is going to be helping to fund that, and that's going to mean that they're going to listen to our opinion more than they would otherwise probably. And there's going to be a contract that might guarantee, I don't know what the conditions are, but there'll be, before we fork over the funding, we'll want some stuff in writing about how things are going to go. And just giving a rough end of that. So not writing out a whole contract.
Sure.
But I think
bullet points.
I think, a point that has been made, I think Brian made it is, it's not like this is being completely privatized and, it's going
Absolutely.
dark box, the county's going to stay involved. But I think spelling out just how that involvement is going to work is worth doing before we get comment.
Yeah.
Do we want to see if Virginia wants to?
Yeah, I definitely was going to circle back to Virginia for sure. Yeah. Did you have further comment, Virginia?
I think you're on the right track. I think this is great to just discuss this as a community. And I mean, Red Cliffs has stepped up and offered some great things. And I think you all just need to evaluate what makes sense. And I'm happy to be a part of it.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So one thing with just timeframes, right? I think we've been talking about this for a really long time. So it would help if we could sort out like what the exact next steps are, who's responsible for them, what the objectives are, and then when is this, bring it back to you guys. Because if we're talking about other people coming in and facilitating things and scheduling the meetings and getting the word out.
6 weeks, I think.
Does the 16th feel like a reasonable time to bring this back to the commission for review?
Well, it depends on what they want.
Does it seem like a
That's
reasonable time?
before this stakeholder meeting or after?
The 16th, that would mean that the agenda summary has to be done on the 10th, which basically means it has to be done. Like all the contract stuff has to be wrapped up by the 5th, which means we'd have to have a stakeholder meeting next week.
That's too soon?
Not yet. I'm not saying that's contract though.
It's not a.
Just the bullet points.
I thought you were saying you wanted to bring the contract back on the 16th. No.
Are we saying to the stakeholder meeting or to the commission?
To the commission.
16th being the commission, I think wanted to have the final step of commission saying, here's the agreement, check, I sign it.
We're going to have to have the commission meet again to review the input from the stakeholders. Correct. Would be my envisionment of it, but I don't know. If you guys, if they made a subcommittee and assigned people to it, maybe we could work it back.
I mean, my understanding is what's being proposed is, step one, write a very clear discussion about what's being proposed. And that's going to feed into stakeholder and general public input. And we're going to make sure, that they see this so we don't get bad input, we get informed input. And then once that happens, then we can have a meeting and decide, is it full steam ahead or did, we can change our minds.
I see two very simple Google slides, very visual on a creative person that just pinpoint a few bullet points, necessary things, pros and cons really, or not even pros and cons, but this is how the film commission exists now. This is the proposal for the film commission, and it can go out on social media. It can go out on Facebook and Instagram. It can go out via email. It can go out in various ways. There's 1,000 ways to let it out into the world once it has an egg that is allowed to be birthed. So I feel like it can be very clear and concise to originate it. Sure. In order to bring and then make a decision on who's bringing in the stakeholders, where that's going to happen and when.
Mallory.
Yeah. Instead of a stakeholders meeting, could we just do like a survey for the sake of time and use that and maybe give us even the discretion to look at those results if they're coming in and put together trends? Because I don't know, just for the sake of time, it would be nice to have more actionable things.
Do people respond to those things? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for me, having had a lot of conversations on these very nebulous topics, I think the childcare is a good example. We came in with an idea of what was going on. We talked for 2 hours, came out friends and new connections. And, I think when you're in person, see the humanity of other people, what's going on, miscommunications or lost translations, really are cleared up. I think you have a good facilitator from the Film Commission help out, make sure that Brian's there, Film Commission folks are there, and that all the people are in the room, it's open to the public, and put guardrails on that conversation. I think that's the most valuable
I think
potential
so too.
venue for input.
I mean, yeah, I
Sounds
think we
great,
need
August.
to bring together, individuals that are, have been concerned and voicing those concerns to the county for a while.
So do you
And you could
guys
also
want that to be? I mean, I just feel like we need to give
I'll schedule.
August some these are some parameters, these are like, here's some tools, some
No,
guidance.
What do you think is a reasonable timeline? We're not gonna tell you what a reasonable timeline is, you tell us.
How about sometime in May, this meeting happens? And
Perfect.
then the next commission meeting, we bring you back.
Okay.
So shooting
Sounds
for
great.
it coming back here on
Sometime
June
in May.
6th, probably.
And, at the earliest, the 16th, if we can pull it off, but I think
Okay.
that seems
Sounds
like
earliest,
a
right.
reasonable timeline to make this happen in May at some point. Come back at the next available meeting with, this is how this went. We had a great time, we had a horrible time, whatever.
I like that. You're right. Okay.
Sounds good.
Yep. And everyone feels like they have direction and
We're gonna want 3 commissioners at that meeting, potentially, is that
That would
what you're?
probably be
Yeah.
good.
we can figure that out amongst
Yep.
ourselves, without a doubt. Yeah. Okay.
And then none opposed to film commission being a kind of reading the facilitation presentations kind of from the foundation and from the film commission as to this is what we're going, this is the facts of the situation here to start it off. And then a facilitated conversation.
Yes.
That's
Right.
Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. It's a long discussion item.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah. All right.
It's anticlimactic if there's that motion. Yeah.
We'll get it done. All right. Thanks. We'll move forward. We still have a lot on our
So
plate.
I'm not gonna say much. I just wanted to give, Elisa is gonna come up. Yes.
Oh, actually, I think we have, oh, yeah, right. I am so sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do have the planning commission
So
follow up.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
thanks,
ask
Trish.
2 minutes,
Yeah.
because we just want to give just a quick planning kind of follow-up, but
Great.
obviously we're gonna see you guys again on Monday. So we want to just reiterate that on the 24th, we're gonna be really focusing on HDHO. We have, one of the issues brought up at the last commission meeting was this idea of road improvements, and we want to state that that's really a separate issue requirement, and we want to discuss that. Basically, kind of the goal is by the end of Q2, which is June-ish. So know that that's not being forgotten. And I don't really know, it just that really involves the road supervisor. So we see it as being a collaboration between planning and zoning, the road supervisor, and hopefully the engineer, the in-house engineer at some point. Clarification, and you might need to help me on this a little bit. Minor subdivisions are 3 lots or less. However, if the road supervisor determines that improvements to the road is needed, then it's no longer a minor subdivision. Would you include? Okay, so just kind of state that. But we have talked about this idea of like mom and pop subdivisions, and we've talked about a few. And that, that again is a further discussion down the road, but maybe you put some specs on it, like 5 lots or less, or anyways, owners or developers, there's established residents over a certain amount of time. So just know that these are all points that you guys brought up and they are in discussion. And then the last thing we want to bring up, and we don't want to talk about it right now, but this idea of down zoning, that as the draft of future land use plan is currently proposing this idea of feasibly down zoning. So designating some large tracts of land that would stay intact to less dense land use, because we are also proposing more density. So do we kind of counterbalance that? Do you want to add anything to that?
Very well said.
Okay, good. I was quite concerned. Bam, I'm done.
All right, awesome.
So
Thank you.
not a discussion, just a quick update.
Yeah, just kind of wanting to make sure that we touch base between the planning commission and stuff going on and you guys.
Right.
We wouldn't down zone anybody without involving them.
No.
Oh, no, that's not even legal.
No.
Yeah.
Not even legal.
Steven.
So I had one question on this that we brought up and we hinted at, and it came up in the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I wasn't present. But if you would like to prep the question, would you like me to prepare for the question of active employee housing? Because if that is not something, I know that was one of the questions, whether we were willing to adjust the definition of that. And if we're going to have a discussion on that.
That's scheduled. That was the consensus at the last commission meeting, was to have that discussion at a workshop.
And that's
Joint planning commission and commission workshop at our next planning commission meeting, which is June 24th.
June 24th.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
so
the
we won't,
commission will be joining us at that date, and we'll be going through all of the proposed changes to the definition, and it'd be great to have you or Chrissy there.
What is it?
June 24th. I'm sorry, April.
April
My
24th.
head is at
Monday.
so that
was
April
okay.
25 or 6,
It's like,
Okay, because I just wanted to last
4:30.
time we had differing thoughts on that.
Okay. Yeah,
Great.
and that's why we brought it to when we had it on, I put it in my staff report with the priorities discussion to see if the commission did want to open that up for working on it, and they did agree to it, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure the commission knows that we'll be talking about it.
Great. All right. Any other points to this discussion? All right, we'll close the discussion down and get to our 4 public hearings. The first public hearing, item number 17, public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0017-0070. And that is at 1574 Murphy Lane, Moab, Utah, to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district. Elisa.
I just wanted to preface all of these by saying that all 4 of these applications were submitted through the ITA process, obviously, and they were given the green light. So there aren't any other applications that are coming forward that weren't given that green light through the ITA process.
This is all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And out of the 4 that are being in the public hearing tonight, that totals 109 proposed sites out of the 150 that are maximum allowed in the ADO pilot program. And each application has been reviewed against the applicable land use code sections, and each has been determined to be consistent with the code. So I am going to go through just a brief summary of each of the projects, but we don't need to get into too much detail because I think at the next meeting you'll be voting on these. Yeah. So I'll just kind of.
Okay. So to be clear, we have 4 public hearings, but it's preferable to just do a quick thing on.
How you wanted to do it.
No, I think that makes sense to me. Let's do that, and I can. Is it okay to treat it as one thing, and we'll talk to all 4 of them, and then we will open the public hearing, and we can take comment on each individual one.
And then maybe when people come up to comment, they can just specify which they're speaking to.
I think
with that. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Anyone have a problem with that, Kevin? You look.
I just think, because there's state code about the hearings, it might be better. I think Stephen.
Yeah, one by one.
We could maybe have a combined introduction, but let's have the hearings just sequentially.
Okay.
And it'll flow smoother that way.
Right.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. So this ADO rezone the applicant is Maureen Kane. It's a request to allow 32 long-term campsites on the 4-acre portion of the parcel that is zoned small lot residential. The Pat Creek Trailer Park currently operates at this property and has been in existence since 1989. The development proposes full hookups to each individual site and a U-shaped driveway with access off Murphy Lane. There have been a few public comments submitted that are not in favor of the ADO rezone request, and those are included in your packet. I am prepared to respond to some of these concerns, but I'm not sure if you'd like me to go into all of that at this point, or if we wanted to wait until the next meeting, or.
Well, I think if you say what you have to say about it, then when people comment at the hearing, they can respond to what you said, and I think it just makes the debate more informed. So, yeah.
So some of the concerns are related to past grievances with the historic campground, such as the use of generators, lack of regard for quiet hours, campfires, etc. I would like to just clarify that these types of nuisances are regulated by county ordinances, which apply to all residential neighborhoods equally. If there's a violation of the county's noise ordinance, for instance, or if folks are having campfires during a no burn day, that is a violation of county laws enforced through the county sheriff's office, just as it would be with any other residents in the neighborhood. The applicant has indicated that campfires are not allowed at the campground or anywhere on the premises. In terms of the public comment concerns regarding a third-party verification for the ADOs to ensure the sites are not being used for short-term stays, When we designed the ADO, we discussed the idea of third-party verification similar to the HDHO, but ultimately it was decided that using a third party like HASU and developing eligibility standards for occupancy of ADO sites would bog down the program and end up causing delays in getting the sites occupied by workers in desperate need of housing. The alternative we came up with was to include the deed restriction in the development agreement that expressly prohibits ADOs from being used for overnight accommodations and states that sites are to be rented for terms of at least 60 consecutive days. If owners of ADO properties are found to be in violation of the deed restriction, they would also be in violation of the zoning code for illegal overnight rentals outside of an approved OAO district, just like anywhere else in the county. This is enforceable by code enforcement and is written right into the ADO section of the land use code under section 4.9.8 with penalties for violation, including being guilty of a Class C misdemeanor and being charged with fines up to $10,000 per day for each day that the overnight accommodation activity persists. And right in that ADO section in the land use code, the investigation section states that the county's right to investigate a violation or alleged violation of this section under section 1.8 shall include the right to inspect the agreement between owner and tenant or employer evidencing the term of occupancy required in section 4.9.4. So that's to address that verification issue. There was also concern regarding whether or not the county can enforce the developer's proposal to install full hookups at each site. The answer here is that it's not a requirement of ADO developments to install full hookups to each site. So if the developer decides to provide shared bath and kitchen facilities instead at the time they go through site plan review, that is allowed. And the site plan must be approved by the health department, which is the regulating authority for things like shared bathhouses and kitchen facilities that are part of a campground. As far as the traffic impact to Murphy Lane, this is probably a more complex issue with a long-term solution and would pertain to all new development along Murphy Lane. The question being whether or not the county wants to require residential development that supports workforce housing to pay for the road widening of Murphy Lane in a piecemeal fashion, or if there is a way to approach the widening of Murphy Lane through other means, such as impact fees over time, grant funding, or a combination of different sources. And this kind of goes back to the whole road improvements debate and question that we're going to be working on as well. It should be noted that currently the land use code does not require road improvements for any type of development other than subdivisions. So commercial development and ADOs, which are permitted through a rezone application and a site plan application, the county cannot legally require road improvements. This is something that my staff in the road department have discussed as a much needed and probably urgent land use code amendment to remedy. We will be looking into the feasibility of at least requesting the public right of way to be dedicated at the time of site plan approval. And then lastly, other comments received have to do with the property's historic drainage issues and fence disrepair. I can say for sure at the time of site plan review, the property will be assessed for compliance with the county's drainage standards. And ultimately the drainage plan for the site must be approved by the county engineer. So there will likely be improvements required there for the drainage on that property. The fence issues may not be something that would be addressed as part of this rezone application. And that's it for the staff report summary on Maureen Kane's ADO.
All right, thank you. So should I open the public hearing on this one right now and then move on to the next one? Okay, great. I will now open the public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0017-0070 at 1574 Murphy Lane, Moab, Utah, to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district. Anyone like to come forward and comment on this right now? Yes, sir. Please come. Yeah, you can come forward, sit at the table if you'd state your name and then you may comment.
It's on the back street.
It is, yes. Yeah.
My name's Raymond Burnett. What else do I need to say?
You can just make your comment now, sir.
I told him I had 3 minutes.
You just well the 3 minutes is for citizens to be heard. So if it runs over a little bit, we won't.
I had never been here.
Well, welcome.
And I heard of this development. I live there. So I listened to the meeting last month that you had. And I heard a complaint about noise was a big deal to some neighbor. I live right on the corner, on the edge of this field to be developed. And there is no noise. There's no rowdy people. There's no out of control fires. The manager was right on top of it. That I've never seen that in years. That may have been a problem a decade ago. Some previous owners. And I bought the last available mobile home there 2 years ago. And the manager keeps it quiet, clean, has total control, peaceful. And I spoke with all my neighbors. Where we were concerned was on the traffic aspect. But we also all know that live there. The people up the road, Kayenta Heights to Old City Park, go flying by us all are going to Factory slowly like we're supposed to. We're getting passed by all these cars that are going up the road up near the fire station.
Is that you, Kevin?
540. So Murphy Lane is a problem, but it's not from this park. And adding 32 spots it is not going to make this a traffic problem. What I'm trying to say, that traffic problem is there. There's not even a wheelchair lane which I have to use, bike lane, and it's dangerous all the way down there after the Factory Park. And it's people that are flying to go to wherever they're headed that direction. They don't take the highway and go to the shelter and like angle like that roundabout. So we all know that they live there. So we're traffic stop on us, and the impact of coming into the park itself with the construction. We're all like, okay, that's coming right by us. We want that because we had a major fire last year. Thank you to the county for helping us in surviving that with the permits and that. And the owners were actually, they stepped up to the plate, helped us all pull through that, and they lost a third of their park almost. And this is an economic hit. So Moab, and I have worked all over the country, the vice president once I was developing the company. I've seen the same problem repeatedly, no worker housing. And this project is for worker housing. It's not a bed and breakfast, it's an overnight type thing. So the noise doesn't exist. That's not real. The burning isn't happening. That's not an issue. The oversight, well, that's on what should be already occurring in general. The flood area deal, I'm sure that they're going to address that because it's right there. This particular spot has been developed all around it already. So it's just a field that needs this. It's going to help the county workers. It will help the park itself be survivable after a disaster. So we're 100% for this. Those of us that you would think would go, no, we don't want to see this coming. That trucks will be coming and going. We actually want this to happen.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
I thank Bill Olson and the county for helping us out.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to comment on this particular public hearing? Okay.
With all due respect, the campground that used to, the illegal campground that used to be there has not been there for years. So if you've only been there for 2 years, you didn't experience what we're referring to.
Let's we'll just keep it to the comment at hand.
So what I'm saying is, as a resident living there, I've had firsthand experience, and my letters have let you know what those experiences are. The management is the same, the ownership is the same as the people who were unresponsive when the illegal campground was there. It took us over 10 years to get the county to enforce their own land use code and shut down that illegal campground. Nothing happened until Zachariah and the mine. With the county. From what I'm hearing, generators can potentially be allowed.
No.
They can't be. Okay, you said, okay, I misunderstood what you said.
No, I'm just saying, it was, what I was trying to get at is like, noise is enforced throughout the county equally across residential. So, okay, if you were to try to use a generator at your own property and it was loud and it's a nuisance. Right.
And these folks should be able to plug into shore power, have electricity available to them, so there wouldn't be any need to use a generator, I would assume.
There's nothing that guarantees that the owner doesn't say for a discounted rate and not hooking up. You're self-contained, you have a generator. You can use it, and we're gonna charge you $50 a month. Our concerns are based on experience. They're not, and they're not based on some fear of something that we haven't experienced. We've experienced these things. They've all been, I wouldn't wish this on any of you. When you all go home tonight, I hope that you have a quiet, peaceful neighborhood where you can open your windows at night, where you don't have to breathe campfire smoke, where you don't have to listen to generators running all night long, where you don't have to listen to people sitting around a campfire partying all night. Those are the things we experienced. And I really hope that when you consider this, that you set conditions, the simple conditions that we've requested in place to prevent those things from happening. I don't think this is the best location for the proposals that are coming your way. Murphy Lane is really barely on the county's radar in the transportation plan. It barely exists as something to be addressed, other than a bike lane 10 years down the road, maybe. And Murphy Lane has its own issues. You're going to be looking at eminent domain to widen that road. You're going to be looking at demolition of the first row of mobile homes at Pat Creek. Nobody wants to do that. But if you don't want to do that, then you can't keep increasing density on Murphy Lane, which is basically a country road. I hope that when you consider this and you discuss this, you address these concerns. You have the power to set restrictions. And I just really hope that you consider the fact that this is in the heart of a residential neighborhood. And that you take our considerations or take our concerns into consideration. Also, you know, the simple fact that there are no metrics in place. This is in a general comment, but there are no metrics in place for you to judge whether or not this is successful. And there's nothing in place to guarantee that this is being used by workers. Yes, it's a deed restriction, but everything to be enforced with this comes from a neighbor making a complaint. I spent 10 years making complaints. My neighbor spent 10 years making complaints. We don't want to have to be forced into a situation where we have another 10 years where we have to make complaints. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy.
Welcome.
Mural did tomorrow, I submitted a letter 2 weeks ago addressing some of my concerns. Get some snacks, sorry.
Has.
What that clear? My biggest concern, I think, is it's kind of third party, I think, with the current park manager. I feel when I try to address concerns specifically with him, I don't know if those are actually reaching the owners. Several times that I've tried to reach out and address the fencing issues that I'm having, the flooding issues that I'm having, they're not responsive. So I'm not really sure, you know, relying on code enforcement, I'm still kind of waiting to get some of those answers resolved. And I imagine going forward, if there's no third party management for the ADO, if one of those things are just going to code enforcement, like that's one person. I think Josh Green, right? Yeah. So I have concerns regarding the workforce housing. The current park manager mentioned something to me about film commission, some of these people coming in and being able to rent these spaces. What is considered workforce housing? Is that something that's in place currently? Yeah, basically, who does that incur for the local residents, workforce housing? Flustered here, I've got a lot on my mind. Yeah, the fencing issue, my fences, I don't know the exact measurements of. I built this house 6 years ago through the housing authority. The current owners of the Pack Creek Campground feel like HASU is partly responsible for some of the drainage and the issues that I'm experiencing. I am in contact with housing authority, and I have been over the last few years trying to address this problem. I just feel like no matter where I'm turning to, I'm not getting any help. Nobody seems to be willing to work with me. I've asked the owners of the Pack Creek Campground if they'd be willing to split the cost of a fence, a retaining wall, something of the sort. And I've been told that basically they're unwilling to make any improvements to the fence. If the fence comes down, they're not willing to put a new one in. This is like over 200 feet. I've had full on 25-foot motorhomes pulling into my driveway, and it's really challenging for them to get out. I feel like there's a lack of signage, a lack of lighting to kind of point some of these guests in the right direction on where they're supposed to go. When I go to back out of my driveway, it's very narrow. And then if you have guests coming out of the Pack Creek Campground, sometimes they will just cut me off. So it can be 4, 5, 6 vehicles passing me before I'm able to exit my driveway. I think that's my main concern. I feel like the noise issue, I'm kind of mixed on. I haven't experienced a whole lot of noise on my end. But I am closer to more of the permanent residents of the campground, so I don't butt up right against kind of the short-term stays. The fire was very scary. I feel like there hadn't been a lot of preventative maintenance and upkeep since I've lived at this residence for 6 years. I have never seen the trees trimmed. It doesn't seem like the permanent residents are being I don't know, some of the trash and stuff, it doesn't seem like there's not a whole lot of property oversight going on in some of that area. That's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mural. Any other, anyone else care to comment on this issue? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Kane, and I am the owner of Pack Creek Mobile Home Estates and the Pack Creek Campground. I'd like to first address the fence issue, which really has nothing to do with the ADO. The property, when we bought the Pack Creek Mobile Home Estates and Campground, that property belonged to Sabrina and Barry Jones, who were the daughter and brother-in-law of Ron Gare, from whom we bought property. At that point, the ground was leveled on each side of the fence. When the housing authority purchased that property from them and the contractor came in, he, I guess, raised 18 to 24 inches on that 1 acre property along the fence line, exposing all of the fence posts. And yes,
there has been an issue with that. Today, Ron, Evan and I, we talked together. And we were talking about options for the fencing. So that is not something that we're ignoring. It just takes a while to figure out what to do and how to remediate something like that. Regarding the campers that come into her driveway, I've talked with the manager and he said, if someone is really making that sharp corner into her driveway, there's no way they're getting out of there. And since he lives right there, he has not seen that happen. Again, Ms. Bondi, and I can understand her loving the fact that she has this 4-acre open field that she can oversee out of her window. I have 28 acres in Connecticut, and I love overseeing that beautiful vista. But we run a business, and this is something that we've been working on ever since we bought this property. The cease and desist for the illegal primitive camping that was out there was issued in 2016. We went to the county to try and rezone it to campground. That was denied. We lost that fight. At the recommendation of Zachariah, we had it rezoned to SLR. We put in a conditional use application for a manufactured home community. The infrastructure costs were about $500,000 and would have destroyed most of the existing campground. So we could not move forward with that. This ADO is a blessing, not only for us, but also for the Moab workforce. On a regular basis, we get requests for mobile home spots, and we actually have enough to fill those 6 spots right now. And we keep getting more requests for permanent housing for people who work in Grand County and Moab. We just don't have the work. These 32 spots are full hookup spots. Electric, 50 amp, water, and sewer. They are at least 1,200 square feet each with parking. There will be some open space, and there's a circular driveway so that if there is an issue, the fire department can come in and make a complete circle and go all the way out. These folks will not be having campfires. These folks will not be running generators because they have electric to hook up to. These are permanent residents. These are not transients. These are not tourists. And I agree that sometimes when tourists come in, they lose their minds. The rules don't apply. They're on vacation. They can do whatever they want, but these are people who live here. These are not transients. This is going to be their home, and they are going to want to make sure that their home is not degraded. Now, as to the issue of noise, there are 4 spots right next to Ms. Bondi for new housing. There are other housing that are going up on Murphy Lane. And I agree with Mr. Burnett. I thank you very much for your kind words. The traffic is already on Murphy, but these are not folks on vacation. Again, these are folks who are going to live and work there in this community. These are not mindless tourists who come through and don't go with the rules. We have an on-site manager, and we are desperately searching for more labor to come in and help. We have rules in the mobile home park. We have rules in the campground. We have leases. And even though we put out a lot of requests, not everyone is going to comply with it. I mean, let's face it, everyone's an individual. At least twice a year, we pull in dumpsters, 18-yard dumpsters from solid waste. And it's for household, for debris. And they are full within a day. So there is maintenance, there is cleanup, there is tidiness. And this is something that we concentrate on. Again, in the mobile home park, these are people's homes. This is not something that is just a transient in and out bed and breakfast. And that's going to be the same thing with the 32 sites in the back. These are going to be people's homes. And they will be treated as such.
Thank you.
For your time.
Bill, did you have something you wanted to say?
Do we get to discuss this, or what is the?
Well, let's finish hearing from the public.
Yeah,
okay.
We usually do the discussion next meeting.
At the next meeting.
This is for the public.
Right. We'll get email solicitations, etc., and we'll have all that before us before we make a decision. Anyone else in the audience care to come forward and make a comment?
My name is Kate Meadery. I also live on Finley Lane. I live next to Kathy. I did live in the house that I'm at when the previous zoning issues were happening for the owners. Honestly, I think Kathy and I would love to have an open field behind our house and nobody there. The whole concept of, not my backyard is probably, a theme that could be talked about in relation to this project. But I don't think we're naive to the fact that something is going to come and, be in that space. We want it to be for our community and not for tourists, because we have experienced what it is like to have tourists in that space. But I'm mostly concerned that there are not enough protections with this overlay to prevent it from being tourists. The concepts are roses. It's the best case scenario of, it's going to be locals. Well, how do you know it's going to be locals? How are you going to ensure that is actually what's going to happen? There's no metrics there, right? And then the generators issue. Yes, any house could use a generator, but if you have a house that is connected to the grid, you don't usually need a generator. But when you are living in a camper, you're more likely to need a generator and can choose to whenever you want. And that my house shakes when there are generators on the property line. And trying to sleep with that all night is maddening. So I just ask that if this is going to be passed, that you consider those things and that you require them. It's not an option of like people will hook up. Well, we hope so, and otherwise, I guess we'll call the county for another 10 years and hope that they can fix it for us. And because that's not proactive at all. So.
Thank you. Public hearing is still open. Anybody else care to come forward? One comment is all that we can. Yeah. Yep. You're welcome to email us this week. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comment on this? So that's basically just right. Yeah, I think. Thank you. All right, this public hearing will remain open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, April 26th. You may address comments to commission at grandcountyutah.net. And I will move on to our next public hearing. Item number 18, public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0020-0020 at 2850 South Highway 191 Moab to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district.
This ADO rezone request is proposed by applicant Tyson Carroll and would allow for a 36 site long-term camp park. This property consists of 2.4 acres zoned highway commercial and is currently vacant. And it is bound by Nations Towing to the south, the recently approved and under construction Oars rafting facility to the north, and an existing single-family residence with carport and garage also to the north. The developer proposes to include full hookups to each site and develop drainage facilities per county drainage standards. And that's all I have for that one. It's pretty simple and straightforward.
All right, thank you. And have we gotten any comments so far on that one?
No.
Great.
None of the other ones, I believe.
Okay. What's that? Yeah, absolutely. Would anyone care to make a comment on this particular? Actually, first off, let me open the public hearing. It's late. I'll open the public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0020-0020 to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in our chambers who would like to come forward and make a comment at this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will we'll keep this public hearing open until Wednesday, April 26th at 5 o'clock. You may address written comments to the commission. We will move on to public hearing number 19 to consider and solicit oral and written comment on a request to rezone parcel number 03-0002-0087 at West 400 North, 1089 Moab, Utah, to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district.
Okay, great. The ADO rezone. This ADO rezone request is proposed by applicant Brian Martinez and would allow a 28 site long-term camp park on a 3-acre parcel of land zoned rural residential. The property is bound on the north and east by the sewer treatment plant and on the south and west by Matheson Wetlands Preserve. Being that the property is located within the flood hazard zone A, categorized with a 1% annual chance flood hazard, the developer proposes to designate the sites as dry camping sites and thus will be required to provide a shared bath house and kitchen facility. The applicant has already been in communication with the building department and floodplain administrator to understand the special requirements for building in the floodplain. The property has been utilized as a dwelling site for employees of NavTech Expeditions since 2007. The ADO rezone and subsequent approved site plan would bring the property into compliance with the Grand County zoning code. So we have on that one.
All right, and any comments so far on that?
No.
Great. Okay, I will open the public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 03-0002-0087 to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district. Anyone care to come forward and make a comment at this public hearing currently? All right, seeing none, we'll keep this public hearing open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, April 26th, and you may address comment to the commission. I will now go to public hearing 20 on our agenda, public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0017-0026 at 2380 South Highway 191 Moab, Utah to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district.
This ADO rezone request is proposed by applicant Dan Stott and would allow an additional 13 long-term camping sites with full hookups. The property currently operates under a CUP as a long-term camp park called the Contractor's Roost with 28 existing RV sites. Some drainage improvements will be required as a result of this development, which will be addressed at site plan review. The developer is also working with UDOT to get an approved access permit for the Highway 191 ingress and egress. And that's it for that one.
All right, I will open the public hearing to consider and solicit oral and written comments on a request to rezone parcel number 02-0017-0026 to designate the alternative dwelling overlay district. Have we gotten any comments so far? And is there anyone here who would like to comment on this last public hearing? All right, again, the public hearing will remain open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, April 26th, and you may address comments to the commission. And that brings an end to our 4 public hearings. Thanks, Elisa. And generally, we'll solicit comment through the Wednesday before our agenda review. And these items should appear at our next commission meeting, at what time we will have ample opportunity to go through the public comment and discuss and then approve or not approve. All right. We're at the end of our regular meeting. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session.
We go into closed session to discuss pending and or reasonable and imminent litigation.
Thank you, Mary. Second. All right. Motion to go into closed session with a second. All in favor of going into closed session? Passes unanimously. All right.
Hang in there.
Thank you. Oh, Mike did. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Ben.
Bye, Ben.
Is this your last meeting?
Is this your last meeting, Ben?
We're going to expect you back in a few months, Ben.
Victory. I want PA snacks.
I will.
Do you get it when you get wrapped in ice?
Technical advantage when.
I'd still be there.
Yeah, go ahead.